Chapter 578. 4,200-word chapter, Seeking Monthly Votes. Great victory! The Chinese athletes spread the good news again. The toxic healer of China breaks the river. He killed the sea burial king. No blessings, no silence, no problem. Prince Beidao of the West Horse Kingdom was defeated. The legend assisted him in winning again. He won all 4 battles and killed everyone who stood in his way. There's one more god-level warrior among the losers of the toxic healer. This is a shocking trip to the World Cup. It's a magnificent journey to the god-slaying realm. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was sitting in the back seat of the taxi, listening to Xia Yan, who was reading the news of China. Jiang Xiao really couldn't take it anymore. He held his forehead with one hand and said, Stop reading, Xia Yan." With a teasing smile on her face, Xia Yan looked at Jiang Xiao's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I didn't expect this. Ha, you shameless toxic healer. You'll also feel shy one day." Fang Xingyun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, also seemed to be overjoyed. However, in comparison, she was genuinely impressed by Jiang Xiao's performance. Xia Yan finally let go of Jiang Xiao and said, "I just went around. What's wrong with bragging? Think about it, they're right. They're just exaggerating a little, but they're telling the truth." Okay, I'll scold you if you continue." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and looked at the congested streets outside the window. The taxi had not moved for a long time. He couldn't help but mutter, "When can we go back to the hotel?" Xia Yan suddenly thought of something and said, "It's Han Jiangshue's competition tomorrow. Are you going to watch it?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't think I have time." Xia Yan asked in bewilderment, "Why not?" "The next 2 rounds are 82 to 42 qualifying rounds. You have a few days of rest." Jiang Xiao said helplessly, "There are fewer and fewer opponents, and those with unique characteristics have mostly surfaced. At first, I wanted to wait for the drawing of lots before studying my opponents. But now, I think it's time to cast my net. If nothing goes wrong, I won't be able to accompany you for the next 5 days." Xia Yan pursed her lips unhappily, but she knew that it was a serious matter. Hence, she didn't retort. "Do I need you to accompany me? You just need to study your opponent carefully." Fang Xingyun could not help but nod as he listened to their conversation. Xia Yan suddenly said, "By the way, Xia Shanhai just sent me a message and praised you." Jiang Xiao asked, "What did he say?" Xia Yan immediately pulled up the message and tossed the mobile phone to Jiang Xiao. "See for yourself." Jiang Xiao picked up his mobile phone and froze in shock. There were a few lines of text in the message. "Raise the prestige of our nation. That's great. However, you must guard against arrogance and rashness. You and Yin Yin still have a long way to go." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "What? You're lecturing me just like that? All right, you're my parents' comrade, so you do have the right to do so. You're doing it out of kindness." Seeing Jiang Xiao's reaction, Xia Yan finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Xiao glared at Xia Yan angrily and retorted, "Does her dad agree or disagree with us?" Xia Yan's smile immediately stiffened. "What do you mean by agree? He's talking about the 2 of us in the next World Cup. He's talking about our future path as star warriors." Jiang Xiao shook his head silently and said, "No, it doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. I keep feeling that Uncle Xia is trying to make things difficult for us." "Oh, I'm a little hot-tempered." Xia Yan pressed Jiang Xiao's head down and began to rub it. The 3 of them had dinner at a restaurant outside, after which Xia Yan left on her own. She had to catch a flight to watch Han Jiangshue's competition tomorrow. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyun planned to stay in the hotel in Jia City for another night before flying back to Jianghu City the next day. Unlike the 5-day break during the losers bracket competition, the national team had specially summoned Jiang Xiao back for the 5-day break this time. Since Jiang Xiao had already entered the top 41, the country support team had also played a huge role in finding out all the information of the remaining contestants in a bid to ensure that Jiang Xiao knew every single one of his opponents like the back of his hand. After returning to the hotel and washing up, Jiang Xiao immediately connected to the Wi-Fi and opened the mobile app to understand the competition schedule for the day. However, the excited Jiang Xiao received some bad news. On the screen of the mobile phone, the female host, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said with a solemn expression, "As of 1700 hours p.m. today, the fourth round of the individual competition of the World Cup has ended. The 5 contestants from our country who have entered the fourth round have obtained a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Please watch the detailed report below." Jiang Xiao frowned and saw that Wu Xiaojing was the first one to appear on the screen. In the ice domain, the mob boss of the Mo Kingdom dashed around like a tank. His strong body displayed extraordinary combat talent, complemented by his long-range star technique. The contestant from the Mo Kingdom quickly approached Wu Xiaojing, and an intense close combat battle began. The more Jiang Xiao watched, the more shocked he became. The contestant with the codename Kingpin had displayed amazing combat talent. His freeform combat style was extremely ferocious and even ruthless, causing Wu Xiaojing to retreat repeatedly. She had been trying to distance herself from him, but the speed and agility of the tank did not match his size. In the end, Wu Xiaojing was defeated. Wu Xiaojing was KO'd by a flying kick which shattered her ice shield. The Mo Nation mob boss then kicked Wu Xiaojing's temple, and she immediately fainted. Interestingly, the unconscious Wu Xiaojing did not seem to be in a bad state. On the contrary, the victorious Mo Nation mob boss's clothes were tattered, and he was bleeding profusely. His limbs were almost pierced by the ice thorns, and he looked miserable. If Wu Xiaojing had been able to hold on for a little longer, the mob boss would probably have bled to death. Jiang Xiao could not help but be speechless. How ruthless! His combat style of dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself was really entertaining to watch. No wonder he had a nickname like Mob Boss. Ferocious, ferocious, ferocious. After the match, Wu Xiaojing accepted an interview and said a few words of apology. Under the intentional guidance of the host, she acknowledged the 82-41 score and said that she would play well in the next 2 matches and strive to enter the top 50 in the individual competition. Although Wu Xiaojing lost, it could be seen that she was in a good state. This was not the World Cup that only had a few dozen countries participating. This year, there were 113 countries and regions, with a total of 652 participants. Being able to obtain such a result should be more in line with Wu Xiaojing's expectations. At this point, the second rules awakened of the Chinese team had left the final circle. What was left were the 3 melee fighters and 1 support. Under normal circumstances, it should be the 4 melee fighters. The small support who had snuck in was indeed a pleasant surprise. Of course, in terms of schools, Star Warrior University of the Central Plains was really proud this time. The host continued to report, Xiayan from Star Warrior University of the Central Plains has once again performed outstandingly and set a new record in the individual competition of the World Cup. Since the start of the World Cup, there have only been 4 competitions in which the opponent voluntarily surrendered. Xiayan has set the 5th record. Contestant Sieg from the North Kingdom finally couldn't stand the pain of the sky scorching black flames. She raised her right hand and surrendered. While the host was broadcasting, the screen was already showing the battle between Xiayan and a beautiful Caucasian girl. Xiayan's expression was hideous, and he was gritting his teeth while the female queen had a twisted expression and was screaming in pain. Even though the competition authorities had turned off the microphone, the female contestant's screams still resounded throughout the entire arena. After a full 13 minutes of back and forth, the female contestant finally couldn't take it anymore. She knelt on the ground in an incomparably repressed and despairing mood, crying bitterly. She cried and surrendered. Jiang Xiao grimaced as he watched. He had personally experienced Xiayan's black flames and knew how it felt. However, judging from Xiayan's expression, he could tell that the level of pain he was in was rather high. Xiayan was not a talkative person. Even if he was being burned by the normal black flames, he would still be able to remain expressionless. Hence, when Xiayan's expression was also hideous and twisted, the level of the battle was already close to the level of the battle between him and Jiang Xiao. In order to make the enemy suffer more psychological and mental torture, the person who used black flames would first have to increase the level of pain he could endure. It was a good thing for the female contestant to cry. Regardless of whether she was crazy or not, she had at least vented her emotions. As for Xiaoyan, during the post-match interview, Xiaoyan sat in the locker room and was abnormally silent. He was not wearing a boxing belt and was just like a statue. The interviewer probably mustered up a lot of courage before he dared to ask. The reporter said cautiously, "Congratulations, you've won the competition." Xiaoyan said, "Okay." Then the interview was cut. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment, and the screen suddenly switched to Ember's battle scene. What's going on? He only asked one question? Or Xie Xiaohe went berserk? Jiang Xiao thought about it again and again, but he still felt that the reporter might not be able to get anything out of him. Hence, he simply cut the following interview. Contestant Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors is fighting against the Tamon Kingdom. In the scene, Yu Fan was fighting with a beautiful East Asian girl, and Ember had also perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be ruthless and ruthless. Ever since Ember used his final killer move against the Russian Federation's War Bear, he seemed to have gone all out. This time, he was burning with flames. In short, he was ahead of the East Asian girl in all his attributes, be it in terms of strength or speed. In the end, he won the competition. The scene changed, and it was the post-match interview. With a solemn expression, Ember said, "The top 41 is not my final destination. Along the way, I'm grateful for the support and companionship of every teammate. I will carry the strength of all my teammates and continue to walk forward until I can't get up anymore." Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "Is this kid implying something? If this is a confession, isn't it too vague?" If Ember was fighting a tough battle and Xie Yan was fighting a tough battle, then Ho Mingming's battle was a hearty victory. No one would have thought that Ho Mingming would still win an overwhelming victory in the 4th round of the World Cup. The young eagle from the Artine Republic was really going to be shot full of holes by Ho Mingming. Repelling arrow, freezing arrow, armor-piercing arrow, tracking arrow, explosive arrow. Any player who did not have a control-type star technique would really be restrained to death if they encountered such a huge cannon. Everyone was waiting for a strong player to punish Ho Mingming. Until now, everyone felt that Ho Mingming's 4 battles were not a high value. The captain of a national team, Ho Mingming from the Capital Star Warriors, continues to lead the World Cup in terms of speed and has handed in an excellent result of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. He has also increased his average speed from 3 minutes and 31 seconds to 3 minutes and 26 seconds. In the scene, Ho Mingming said, "Victory? I'll never be satisfied. I'm always looking forward to the next battle. I'm always eager to defeat my next opponent. That's the meaning of my life and the value of wearing this team uniform." Jiang Xiao sighed softly and thought, "He's still as competitive and domineering as ever." Jiang Xiaopi from the Capital Star Warriors, nicknamed the Toxic Healer of China and legendary assistant, has been through many twists and turns in the competition. Jiang Xiaopi fought with Prince Binuo of Shima Kingdom for 300 rounds, but in the end, he won and killed the Sea Burial King with his own hands. He still maintains the record of the Terminator of the Gods and advanced to the top 41. Oh, Jiang Xiao perked up and thought, "What did I hear? What do they mean by Jiang Xiaopi, nicknamed the Toxic Healer of China? That's CCTV news. Have I been verified by the officials? Oh no, oh no." However, during the post-match interview, Jiang Xiao only asked the first 2 questions and then changed the topic to Xia Yan. Even the words that he used to say, such as setting the pace and following the trend, were cut out. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and opened Weibo. As expected, the poisonous milk powder had already been stirred up, splitting the mountains and rivers, killing the prince with his own hands. Jiang Xiaopi, you're too cruel. Wow. He beat the Sea Burial King into a Sea King. *T. Don't go. What's wrong with the Sea King? The Sea King is very strong. He's as charming as a painting. What gods, kings, and demons? They're all so fancy. Send them away. Send them all away. Send them all away. Xiaopi, you're amazing. You're definitely on the path of god slaying. Huh, you're going to kill all the gods. God slaying? Hee. It's just that I'm familiar with it. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought to himself, these poisonous milk powder are a little arrogant. Why aren't they criticizing me anymore? Of course, if possible, Jiang Shao hoped that he could use his own efforts to make the poisonous milk powder continue to be arrogant. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao wrote a line of text. God-slaying is not my intention. I only wish for Jiang hyping. TSK, how fitting. Jiang Shao, you're so freaking cool. Jiang Shao was about to send it, but his fingers suddenly paused. By the way, didn't Xia Shanhai say something previously? Jiang Shao thought about it and changed a word before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. If I can get one more, I'll make a killing. Buzz. Xia Yin, who was waiting at the airport, suddenly received a Weibo post from someone she followed. When she saw that it was Jiang Shao, she hurriedly clicked on it. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or just posted from Huawei, P10 plus God. Slaying is not my intention. I only wish for Jiang hyping. The poisonous milk powder felt that the sentence was rather impressive. After all, God Pai had defeated the Sea Burial King. Hence, he was very pretentious. However, Xia Yin felt that something was amiss no matter how she read it. She thought about what Jiang Shao had said previously, and her expression became even more peculiar. Chapter 579. Under Fang Xingyun's lead, Jiang Shao rushed back to Jianghe City and returned to the hotel where the national team was staying. As expected, Xie Yin, Ember, and Hou Mingming all rushed back. As the number of people in the competition decreased, the opponents could finally be analyzed in detail. One could imagine that Jiang Shao would have a lot of brain power in the next 5 days. He might even find the feeling of the college entrance examination. Wait. Jiang Shao was specially recruited to the Capital Star Warrior Academy. At the moment, apart from Wu Xiaojing, who was fighting outside and needed to participate in the qualifiers, the other members had already returned to the team. Inevitably, Jiang Shao was provoked by Hou Mingming again. Well, it couldn't be considered a provocation. It should be said that she was cheering him on. Since this was the base camp, the hotel cafeteria prepared Chinese food every day. Fang Xingyun was finally freed and did not have to order food for Jiang Shao. It was the morning of the next day after Jiang Shao returned to the hotel. He was slurping his soy milk when a beautiful figure dressed in white sat down beside him. Jiang Shao turned around to look, only to see Hou Mingming's bright eyes. There was a bowl of millet porridge for plates of side dishes and 6 eggs on her plate. If it weren't for the salty and spicy dishes, Jiang Shao would have thought that she was in confinement. Don't lose. Hou Mingming sat beside Jiang Shao and scooped the hot millet porridge with a spoon. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and turned around. What? Hou Mingming picked up an egg and placed it on the table, making a caw-caw sound. She continued, don't lose before you meet me. Zhao Wenlong, who was sitting across the table, ate quietly. The trio from the capital had gathered again, but he had become the one with the least say. The elimination system of the World Cup was indeed cruel. If it were a battle of points or a battle of attrition, the old cadre might still be on the battlefield. Hou Mingming picked up the crushed egg, peeled it, and placed it on the plate. However, she frowned slightly and turned to look at the silly Jiang Shao. Why? Are you not confident? It turned out that ever since he said that, Jiang Shao had been staring at Hou Mingming blankly, acting like he wasn't very smart. Oh. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and realized that he had indeed slipped away just now. He asked, why are you wearing a hat when you're eating? Hou Mingming raised her hand and adjusted her white baseball cap. Just as she was about to say something, Jiang Shao took the opportunity to reach into her plate and steal the egg that she had just peeled. Hou Mingming, Jiang Shao took a bite of the egg and choked a little. He hurriedly lowered his head and drank a mouthful of soy milk. Hou Mingming was expressionless as she picked up another egg and ground it on the table. While eating, Jiang Shao glanced over again. Hou Mingming's movements paused for a moment, and then she moved her plate to the side. Puffed. Ha! Zhao Wenlong couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Hou Mingming being humiliated. As expected, Evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. He and Ho Mingming had fought for 4 whole years, so he understood Ho Mingming's personality too well. She was so arrogant and overbearing, and she was so strong that ordinary people really couldn't do anything to her. The problem was, who would steal someone's eggs to eat like Jiang Xiao? Ho Mingming raised her eyes and glanced at Zhao Wenlong. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she held it back and continued to lower her head to peel the egg. However, Jiang Xiao picked up his plate and sat down next to Ho Mingming again. Ho Mingming froze slightly. Ha 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 ha. Such a scene made Zhao Wenlong overjoyed. As long as there are leaves flying, oh no, as long as Jiang Xiao is around, the style will definitely go astray. Everyone in the cafeteria looked over at the Star Warriors trio from the capital, wondering what was going on. Are they so happy even when eating breakfast? There was nothing much to say during the few days of preparation. In the past few days, the only 2 important pieces of news were that Song Chuanxi's team had entered the top 33. In this round of the team competition, there were a total of 65 teams. With one team having a bye, the top 64 teams started an intense battle. Song Chuanxi and her team became braver as they fought and defeated the Pampas Eagles. This time, the Artine Republic, regardless of whether it was the team competition or the individual competition, were all sent away. The team that had a bye was from the Reese Kingdom, which made everyone exclaim that the Lucky Queen was indeed lucky and fair-skinned. That night, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue chatted for a long time and congratulated and encouraged each other. In the end, little Jiangxue couldn't take it anymore and hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Xiao in a state of confusion. Why did you hang up on me? I haven't praised you enough yet. God is my witness. Jiang Xiao is really proud of her. Sigh. This girl is probably extremely shy and can't take Jiang Xiao's praises anymore. Hence, she hung up the phone. Jiang Xiao had experienced that before. When Xia Yin was reading the news in the taxi, Jiang Xiao was also filled with shame. The second and more important piece of news was about Wu Xiaojing's ranking competition. The ranking competition of the losers bracket was simply inhumane. The competition schedule was terrifyingly dense, and there was almost no time for the contestants to rest. On the first day, Wu Xiaojing won 2 matches in a row and entered the top 10 among the 40 contestants in the losers bracket. The next day, Wu Xiaojing won 3 matches in a row and entered the top 5. In the second round, she lost to Prince Bino of Sima Kingdom and was not lucky enough to enter the top 3. She also lost in the third round and ended up in 5th place in the losers bracket. She was ranked 46th in the individual competition of the World Cup. Having achieved such results, the domestic media was rather friendly and approachable towards this beautiful girl. After all, she had entered the top 50 and fought bravely against the various powerhouses. She had already made her alma mater and country proud. Wu Xiaojing rushed back to Jianghu City the next day when a lot drawing ceremony for the top 41 contestants was held. When she barged into the auditorium, the first thing she saw was the damned Ember. At the second glance, or rather, she heard a series of sighs. Such sighs were more common during the lot drawing ceremony, but they soon turned into shouts of dissatisfaction and discussions. Such a noisy and chaotic scene was rare in the small auditorium of the national team. Damn it, did we really bump into them? What should we do? Both of them are strong enough to advance further. At present, China has indeed entered the top 41 with the most contestants remaining. There are a total of 4, while the major countries like the United States, and the Russian Federation only have 2. Wu Xiaojing looked at the big screen in front of her curiously, after which her pupils constricted slightly. Finally, she knew why the auditorium was filled with wails and moans. On the big screen, Ember, who was playing with the mist dagger and smiling wantonly, appeared in the first seat. In the second seat, there was also a red flag fluttering high, and a figure who was biting a black boxing belt appeared. Ember versus Xie Yan. It was a Chinese civil war. Putting aside the analysis of who was stronger and who was weaker, the inevitable outcome of this battle was that one of the Chinese players would have to stop advancing to the top 21. At the same time, Ember, who was sitting by the window on the left side of the auditorium, turned his head and looked past the figures to look at Xie Yin, who was leaning against the wall on the right. Xie Yin, on the other hand, was silently adjusting his boxing belt with his head lowered, looking extremely focused and indifferent to the outcome. Everyone in the auditorium looked at the two of them and felt that it was a pity. However, they had no choice but to accept the outcome. Ho Mingming is here. It wasn't until they heard a soft exclamation that they turned their attention back to the screen in front of them. Seeing that the character on the right side of the screen was changing rapidly, everyone tensed up. Don't be Jiang Xiaopi. Don't joke with me. I'm so nervous. Damn it. Wu Xiaojing stood at the back door with her hands crossed and her eyes fixed on the big screen in front of her. She muttered softly, No. Ding. In the auditorium, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Their requirements had been lowered repeatedly. It didn't matter if it was a god or a demon, as long as it wasn't a Chinese civil war. There was indeed a god in the second position. It was the goddess of the hunt who had the same style as Ho Mingming. She was a tough woman from Xia. She was the representative figure of the World Cup who used spears and bows. Carmelita, Ho Mingming was undoubtedly the representative figure of the World Cup who used bows and arrows. It was a battle between the two of them. As soon as the outcome of the battle was announced, apart from the people of China and Xia who were slightly worried, the spectators of the other countries in the world were already getting excited. Even though the battle between the two had yet to begin, the blood of the audience was already boiling. It might be the most exciting battle in the World Cup. Carmelita had taken the title of the goddess of the hunt from Xia's mythological story and put on her head. As the captain of the national team of China and the strongest person in the strong team, would Carmelita be able to shoot down one of the gods and follow in Jiang Xiaopi's footsteps? The reactions of the people in the auditorium were rather interesting. They first heaved a sigh of relief as long as it was not a civil war in China. Then they began to feel anxious again. Up until now, Ho Mingming had never encountered an opponent of this type or level. It's not going to be easy. The drawing of lots for the 41 people was done very quickly. Not long after Ho Mingming's lot was drawn, the red star flag in the first position fluttered again. Jiang Xiao rubbed his head and chuckled as he entered everyone's line of sight while wearing the national team uniform. The drawing of lots was coming to an end, and there were only 5 people to choose from in the second position. The pictures changed quickly. Ding! At the next moment, there was dead silence in the auditorium. In the second position, the star-spangled flag flashed and flew up, hanging in the upper right corner. Below the flag, a person with messy blonde curly hair, bulging eyeballs, veins crawling on his forehead, and a wide grin that reached his ears suddenly appeared. He was laughing maniacally. George Xing. Don't. F***CK them. Even though the auditorium was filled with the staff of the national team, they still cursed. Although the top 41 were all gods, even if they were all top students, it was still possible to compare the good and the bad. There was no doubt that George Xing was very strong, so strong that it was strange. This kind of person could not be judged by common sense at all. He was crazy to the extreme and had an awe-inspiring, evil aura. Zhao Wenlong had a solemn expression. Now, he hoped that Jiang Xiao would draw Ho Mingming. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ho Mingming stood up. Everyone who was looking at the screen, or Jiang Xiao, couldn't help but look at Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming walked to the back of the auditorium and went straight to Jiang Zhao's side. She leaned down and pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She was so strong that Jiang Zhao's shoulder was in pain. She said, "Don't lose." Judging from her body language, expression, and words, Jiang Xiao finally realized how strong Ho Mingming's desire to fight him was. She was so strong that she lost her composure. Jiang Xiao reached out, pushed her hand away from his shoulder, and slammed it on the table in front of him. Jiang Xiao looked up at Ho Mingming and said, "I won't lose. The question is, can you shoot down that hunter goddess and snatch her title? You know my style of competition. I won't kill anyone except a god." Ho Mingming looked at Jiang Xiao with an intense gaze. After a while, she suddenly clenched her fist and stuck out her little finger. Ho Mingming said, "Promise." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. She shouldn't be behaving in such a childish manner. However, she looked so serious. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao knew why she could become the best star warrior in Beijing and even be crowned the best in one-on-one duels in China. She was arrogant, haughty, and even domineering. All of this was because she was an extremely simple person. She was a true, pure star warrior. Jiang Xiao hooked her little finger and moved it up and down, making a confirmed gesture. He nodded. Ho Mingming's childish behavior made Jiang Xiao realize a fact. There were really such people among the star warriors who were pure and adorable. Chapter 580. CCTV Television Station. CCTV Television Station. Hello, dear viewers. Today is June 17th, 2017. This is Japan, Hachiman City. Welcome to our live broadcast of the 5th round of the individual competition of the World Cup. I'm your host, Wan Ming. The female host said loudly, "I'm your host, Yi Xuanyang." Wan Ming said with a hint of a smile in his voice, "Everyone can hear that it's rather noisy around us. The atmosphere is really too exciting." Yi Xuanyang was wearing an earpiece, and her voice was filled with excitement. Today, there will be 4 competitions taking place in the large stadium of Hachiman City. 2 of them are competitions between our athletes, the captain of our country, Ho Mingming, and the goddess of the hunt, Carmelita. Jiang Xiaopi, who is known as the toxic healer of China, will be up against George Xing from the United States. Wan Ming said, "Now that we're in the top 41 in the world, the venue of the competition has been changed from the University Stadium to the Provincial Stadium. It can accommodate nearly 30,000 people. Everyone can listen to the cheers of the audience. There's still 30 minutes before the competition starts, and we can even hear the national anthem." The scene changed, and the stadium that could hold 30,000 people was half filled with red. With the middle line of the football stadium as the dividing line, the entire eastern auditorium was a full semicircle. It was red from top to bottom. Red flags, red and white shirts, and red face paint. Along with the faces full of anticipation, there was also the stirring sound of encouragement. As the sound of the live broadcast was recorded, the audience in front of the television heard a familiar song that resounded under the sky of a foreign country. Such a scene was the greatest support for Ho Mingming and Jiang Xiao. The adorable Chinese people had turned the stadium into their home ground. There were no local contestants from Japan in the stadium today. Jiang Xiao had reason to believe that if Japan hadn't set some restrictions during the ticket release process, the entire stadium would have been filled with red. Jiang Xiao and Ho Mingming were both number 1, and both of them were competing in the morning. Hence, they were standing on the eastern half of the green field. Listening to the uplifting song, Yi Xuanyang could not help but say excitedly, "This is really a grand event." Since the start of the competition, there has never been such a huge support team. They are already in the top 41 in the world. Everything has changed. Wan Ming, that's true. The 2 of us are already broadcasting for our countrymen, aren't we? Come to think of it, Ho Mingming and Jiang Xiaopi are really popular. Let me reveal a piece of news to everyone here. A few hours ago, before Sun Yang and I entered the stadium, there was still a large number of Chinese spectators outside the stadium. They couldn't buy tickets, but they were unwilling to leave. They stood in the square outside the stadium and watched the game through the big screen. Yi Xuanyang said, "Okay, let's get back to the competition itself. Since Jiang Xiaopi is in the second round of the competition, the second round will only officially start at 9 a.m. due to the upgrade of the competition system. Just now, we have already asked the staff to invite Jiang Xiaopi over as a guest. We just learned that he has accepted our invitation and is on his way here." At the same time, in the changing room, Jiang Xiao, who was on his way, was sitting face-to-face with Ho Mingming, playing rock, paper, scissors. The 2 of them had been playing for nearly 5 minutes, but Jiang Xiao had not won even once. Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Xiao's fist. Every time she counted a 3, she would determine what Jiang Xiao was going to do based on the direction of his fingers so that she could react quickly and respond. Jiang Xiao didn't have any countermeasures either. In fact, he even consciously slowed down his movements. Ho Mingming was looking at Jiang Xiao's hand, but Jiang Xiao was looking at her eyes. She was focused and serious. Even if it was a simple game, her desire to win was terrifying. To Ho Mingming, it seemed to be a good game to train her brain and reaction speed. It allowed her to stay focused and focused. Jiang Xiao's fist was once again defeated by Ho Mingming's scissors. Jiang Xiao said, "Okay, don't be too tired. Take a proper rest. The team has given orders. I have to go to the live stream area to say hello." However, Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Xiao's fist and said, "The last 3 times." Jiang Xiao said helplessly, Okay, that's it." Ho Mingming said stubbornly, "The last time." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Ho Mingming said, "Rock, paper, scissors." Ho Mingming reacted quickly and used scissors, while Jiang Xiao used scissors. Ho Mingming smirked and even pinched Jiang Xiao's palm with 2 fingers before making a scissors gesture. "I'm leaving. See you in a while." Jiang Xiao flung her hand away and bade farewell to Teacher Fong before turning around and walking out of the changing room. He found the staff member who had come to receive him at the door and followed him to the live stream area of China. "Ha! He's coming. Xiaopi is coming." Wan Ming turned around and waved at the screen. The voices around him were obviously getting louder. Outside the screen, Jiang Xiao passed through a red ocean. To be exact, it was a boiling red ocean. "Jiang Xiaopi, go! Jiang Xiaopi! Jiang Xiaopi, I love you! Jiang Xiaopi! Victory! Victory!" Soon, Jiang Xiao, who was wearing the national team's uniform, walked over and shook hands with Wan Ming before greeting Yi Xuanyang. Yi Xuanyang smiled in amazement and said, "I didn't expect you to really appear here." Jiang Xiao sat between the two of them. The live stream seat was very special as it was in the northeast corner of the last row. Jiang Xiao didn't know much about it and didn't know if it was a good position. From this angle, he could have a bird's eye view, but the number of contestants would be smaller. Hearing Yi Xuanyang's question, Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "My competition is here. Of course I have to appear here." Yi Xuanyang knew that Jiang Xiao had misunderstood and frantically said, I really met you in the top 41 of the World Cup." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Didn't I already say it during the previous interview? I'm here to break the record." Yi Xuanyang nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, but at that time, you had just entered the second stage of the national team selection and weren't even a starter. Yet, you asked me 2 questions in a row." As an excellent host, Wan Ming finally found an opportunity to interject. "Ah, I remember those 2 questions. If I say that I will enter the top 8 and fight for the country in the battle robe, will you believe me? If I say that I will break through the best ranking in the World Cup as an auxiliary, will you believe me?" Yi Xuanyang said, "It seems that you've already completed one. I hope you can complete the second one." Jiang Xiao nodded thoughtfully and said, "Since we're meeting again, let's maintain the tradition of soul interrogation. If I say now that I will enter the finals of the World Cup, will you believe me?" All of a sudden, Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. Wan Ming knew that it was a live stream and not a broadcast. Hence, he hurriedly changed the topic. "Xiaopi, we invited you here today to analyze the competition. Ho Mingming's competition is about to begin. What do you think Ho Mingming's chances of winning are?" Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "If the goddess of hunters wants to stand and attack with Ho Mingming, I personally think that Ho Mingming will be able to stand until the end. However, if the goddess of hunters intends to use her spear for close combat, it will depend on her speed. In the past 4 rounds of the competition, the goddess of hunters has yet to show her close-range spear skills. However, according to the information from her university days, her close-range skills are indeed extraordinary. At the end of the day, it all boils down to speed." Wan Ming asked, "Speed?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, speed. When dealing with a person like Ho Mingming, you can't just blindly defend. So far, there hasn't been anyone who can really defend against her bombardment in the World Cup. If you want to win, you have to attack. Although Ho Mingming is classified as a melee fighter, Her offensive style is classified as a Rules Awakened. It's purely for long-range output and control. When fighting against a Rules Awakened, the effect of close combat and close combat is the best. Of course, if you have a hard control like me, it'll be another story. Wan Ming was speechless. Yi Xuanyang said, "Apart from you, there are no auxiliary types on the list. There are still a few who can interfere and expend soft control, but where can you find hard control?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Even I have to get close to her. There's no doubt about that." Wan Ming seemed to have understood something and said, "So, Ho Mingming is a Rules Awakened in the close-range combat style?" Jiang Shao said, "You can't say that. After all, she's a melee fighter. Her defensive skills and movement techniques are undoubtedly melee fighters." Yi Xuanyang said, "So you're a support in the close-range combat style?" "Huh." Stunned for a moment, Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "No, I'm purely a support. I'm just better at fighting." Wan Ming was speechless. Yi Xuanyang was speechless. Once the 10 minutes were up, the staff immediately urged Jiang Shao to go back. Jiang Shao hurriedly said goodbye to the two of them. Everyone waited anxiously for a long time. The competition between Ho Mingming and Xia, the goddess of hunters, finally began amidst the cheers. Due to the long interval between the two competitions, Jiang Shao did not need to be outside. Hence, at this moment, he was asked to stay in the locker room and watch the live broadcast on the television. Poor Jiang Shao. The competition venue was right outside, but he could only stay there and watch the live broadcast. In the arena, the two archers were really at loggerheads. Ho Mingming revealed the star map of the sawtooth bow, with blades on both ends. He was dressed in the gold, red, and white national team uniform. Carmelita revealed the longbow star map. She was dressed in the blue and white national team uniform. The lines on her face were a little stiff, and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Her long golden brown hair was tied into a long ponytail that danced in the wind. The two of them were separated by half the arena as they madly shot at each other. Ho Mingming fired a series of arrows at Carmelita's face. Carmelita, on the other hand, held the spirit bow in her hand and shot the arrows into the air. The hunting spirit arrow hung high in the air and instantly rained down arrows on Ho Mingming. With the speed and range of the attack, unless she dodged and ran away immediately, there was no way she could avoid the attacks. Then, Ho Mingming did not plan to dodge at all. A series of arrows shot out from her hands. Waves of star power surged and caused her ponytail to fly up. One after another, arrows with special effects mixed into the tracking black, feathered arrows and shot toward Carmelita. Ho Mingming even raised her head to look at the arrows raining down from the sky while shooting. Swoosh! The next moment, Ho Mingming's entire body turned to stone. Her entire person, along with her national team uniform, turned into stone and stiffened. She resisted the attacks from the opposite side. The densely packed spirit arrows hit Ho Mingming's head and limbs, causing cracks to appear on the petrified Ho Mingming statue. After the rain of arrows, the stone statue instantly shattered. Ho Mingming drew her bow again and shot another arrow. On the opposite side, Carmelita's body flashed, and the tracking arrows flew around her. As Carmelita leaped up high, the tracking arrows could not turn in time and shattered on the ground. As for the special arrows that did not have the tracking effect, they had already flown off to God knows where. In the sky, Carmelita let out a manly battle cry and drew her bow again. Rapid arrow, still high in the sky. Ho Mingming looked up as she shot the arrows, but she frowned slightly. This time, she did not choose to take the attack head-on. Instead, she quickly dodged. Then, the spirit arrows shot over one after another. However, halfway through, a large net suddenly opened up and scattered toward Ho Mingming. 1, 2, 3. At this speed, there was no way she could dodge the fourth one. This should be an arrow with a binding effect. It was a control-type spirit arrow unique to Haya. Ho Mingming stopped in her tracks and suddenly drew her bow. A blue feather arrow suddenly shot out. The next moment, the blue feather arrow shot out from her hand instantly turned into a super huge arrow. It brought the fourth arrow net all the way back to the sky and even accurately shot into the arrows hanging in the sky, directly shattering them. The two of them countered each other's moves and shot wildly at each other, having a great time fighting each other. Furthermore, this wasn't a turn-based attack. While Ho Ming was dispersing his moves, Carmelita's next wave of attacks had already arrived. This wave of attacks wasn't overwhelming, but a short, dark red arrow. It did not even hit Ho Ming. Instead, it swayed 10 meters in front of her and plunged into the ground. The next moment, the green field around the dark red arrow was quickly polluted. The green turf rapidly withered and spread to the surroundings, corroding the position where Ho Ming was standing. Ho Ming quickly retreated and raised her hand to shoot an arrow. A dark green arrow flew out quickly. Then, a black arrow shot out again, chasing after the dark green arrow. About 6 meters in front of Carmelita, the black arrow caught up with the dark green arrow and directly exploded it. The next moment, the green poisonous fog spread and quickly swept in all directions, polluting the enemy's half of the field. At the same time, a translucent arrow that spun rapidly in an arc came from Ho Ming's left. Ho Ming suddenly turned around, drew her bow, and shot an arrow. The next moment, the translucent arrow directly transformed and instantly turned into Carmelita herself. Carmelita let out a battle cry as she ducked to evade the attack. Then, she stomped on the ground and charged at Ho Ming. Ho Ming's sparkling lips were smeared with bright lipstick. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and her smile was wanton and heroic. She was awe-inspiring and fearless. Holding the war bow in her hand, she actually faced the attack head-on. The next moment, the spiritual bow and the war bow collided. Oh my god! The archer is fighting in close combat. Why isn't the goddess of the hunt using a spear? Why? In the changing room, Jiang Shao could no longer care so much. He held his head with both hands and stared at the television screen in a daze. Jiang Shao kept repeating 2 words, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" 4,300 words, seeking monthly votes tomorrow at midnight. Chapter 581. Why didn't she use her spear? Could it be that this was the pride of a tomboy like Xia? Could it be that this was... Jiang Shao thought that Carmelita had some unique belief or pride, but he immediately saw Carmelita, who was fighting fiercely in the arena, swing the spirit bow in her hand and transform it into a spear. From this moment onwards, Ho Ming changed her attacking attitude and retreated as she fought. She used the black feather bow to defend herself from time to time while shooting at Carmelita from a short distance. It appeared. Archery. Ho Ming was essentially a melee fighter. Her agility was not something that most spellcasters of the same level could achieve. Although her defense was somewhat lacking under Carmelita's continuous attacks, her movement techniques made up for this flaw. Coupled with the occasional arrows, Carmelita was unable to attack with her full strength. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded, and it was thrilling to the core. Jiang Shao was mesmerized by the scene. Under Carmelita's powerful attacks, Ho Ming finally stepped into the range of the withered turf. It was a trap that Carmelita had set up earlier. The moment Ho Ming stepped into the range of the withered turf, Carmelita threw away her spear and took out her spirit bow. The two of them were less than 5 meters apart, but they actually started to attack each other, shooting face to face, shooting while standing. Arrows collided in the middle of the line between the two of them, and the da-da-da sounds rang out incessantly. Miraculous! What kind of accuracy was that? It had to be a joke. Following the explosions of the black feather arrows, layers of black fog appeared between the two of them. Jiang Shao keenly noticed that after Ho Ming shot the third arrow, her movements had slowed down a little. Was it the special effect of the contaminated domain? Ho Ming's eyes were cold and unafraid. The fourth arrow was a white feather arrow. Ding! The white feather arrow and the translucent spirit arrow collided. Boom, boom, boom. The white tail feathers indicated that it was an explosive arrow. The violent explosion was accompanied by the shock wave of the explosion, and the two of them were sent flying. Ho Mingming had long since turned into a stone statue. After being blown away, it spun in the air. Even when its stone head hit the ground, it didn't move at all. It was only when it bounced up and its feet landed on the ground that the stones on Ho Mingming's body suddenly shattered, and it landed steadily on the ground. But the moment Ho Ming landed, he did not even have time to raise his bow, an arrow. He quickly pulled back and shot another white feather arrow at the ground. At the same time, her body instantly transformed. The posture of the stone statue was actually the posture when the bow had just left her hand. Bang! There was another violent explosion, and Ho Mingming was sent flying again. Why did she hurt herself? This was because a translucent arrow was almost touching his face. After being blasted away, the translucent arrow formed by Carmelita was directly submerged in the shock waves of the explosion. Ho Mingming's body continued to spin as he flew backward. He crossed the halfway line and fell heavily to the ground. He even slid back 2 meters. Meanwhile, Carmelita, who was submerged in the flames of the explosion, was also blasted away. The stone shattered, and Ho Mingming, who was lying on the ground, stomped on the ground and staggered. However, the arrow in her hand was still shooting rapidly. The black feather arrow that had a tracking effect finally hit Carmelita's body in midair. Carmelita, who was sent flying, was clearly affected by the violent explosion. She was a little dizzy and did not immediately use any defensive or escape star techniques. Her body, which was flying diagonally upwards, became Ho Mingming's target. The first arrow was aimed at her heart. The second arrow pierced through the tail of the first arrow and nailed into her heart again. The third arrow pierced through the tail of the second arrow and nailed into her heart. The fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, the 7 black feather arrows were only the first set. The second set of black feather arrows had already arrived. However, before the second set of black feather arrows could reach Carmelita, the first set of black feather arrows shattered and exploded into black mist, causing the referee to whistle. Beep, 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 beep. The referee's whistle was hurried as he shouted, "Stop! Stop attacking!" However, there was an old saying in China. There was no turning back. Ho Mingming could only stop the third set of black feather arrows, but she could not recall the 7 arrows from the second set. Pung, pung, pung. Without a doubt, every arrow from the second group had accurately pierced Carmelita's body. The tremendous impact had even sent Carmelita flying far away, nailing her to the metal cage that was several meters tall at the end of the line. Unfortunately, it was a metal cage and not a wall. Unfortunately, those were black feather arrows, not penetrating arrows. In the end, Carmelita still slid down and fell head first to the ground. Ho Mingming stood up steadily, her national team uniform still intact. She reached out to stroke her long, black ponytail and shook it left and right. Her lips were slightly curled up. Damn it. We won. We won. So fast. We won. We won. How do we win? It's too terrifying. What happened? How did the opponent disappear in an instant? What kind of ability is this to seize opportunities? Turning a disadvantage into an advantage and expanding from an advantage to a victory? This was an inconceivable battle. Compared to a true killing move, the probing attacks between the two of them looked more dreamy and exciting. The few arrows that really determined the outcome of the battle were terrifyingly low-key. In the changing room, Jiang Xiao was speechless. This woman is really strong. All she needed was one mistake from her opponent. In fact, it was not even a mistake from her opponent. Ho Mingming just needed to seize an opportunity to turn the intense battle into an instant kill. Victory! Victory! China! Ho Mingming! Amidst the cheers, Wan Ming stood up at the highest point of the spectator stand. In the image, he did not even have a head, and only half of his body was left. Wan Ming's voice could be heard from outside the image. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Everyone knew that this would be a fierce battle. This would be an extremely difficult battle. But look what happened. 3 minutes and 29 seconds. 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Yi Xuanyang cheered excitedly. Ho Mingming almost maintained her speed record. The facts have proven that no matter who her opponent is, Ho Mingming is still the top player standing at the top of the pyramid. After being reprimanded by the leader in the earpiece, Wan Ming hurriedly sat down and yelled, "A chance. All we need is a chance. Victory and defeat, even life and death. It's just a matter of a few seconds." Yi Xuanyang listened to the cheers of the Chinese audience around her and said in a trembling voice, "For you to have such a Chinese captain, how can you not love him?" Wan Ming said, "Wait a minute. Why hasn't the referee announced China's victory yet? What is the referee communicating with the judges about? Is there any objection to this result?" Yi Xuanyang was shocked and hurriedly snapped back to her senses. The referee did ask Ho Mingming to stop attacking and didn't announce China's victory. Why? Is it because Ho Mingming still attacked after the whistle sounded? Wan Ming said. When the whistle sounded, Ho Mingming had already stopped attacking. The second set of arrows that flew in the air were shot a long time ago. There's no doubt about that. The video and the audience all over the world can prove it. All of a sudden, the audience in front of the television held their breaths and watched the screen nervously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds below, the referee turned around and raised the flag. China, victory. Wow, victory, victory. The sea of red started to boil again. Ho Mingming waved her hand casually. She, who had already retreated to the door of the iron cage, opened the door and walked out. 2 reporters, one male and one female, were walking toward them. The woman was a reporter who followed Ho Mingming after the match, while the man was Yang Yang, the reporter who followed Jiang Shao. He thickened his skin and followed his colleague up. Ho Mingming was a little surprised. She looked down at the newcomer and realized that he was Chinese, so she did not say anything. Yang Yang also felt the happiness of interviewing Jiang Shao. Although Jiang Shao was already 182 centimeters tall, he was a man after all. On the other hand, Ho Mingming was 189 centimeters. The female reporter said, "Congratulations, Ho Mingming. You've won a hearty victory. May I ask if you're satisfied with your performance?" Ho Mingming said, "It's all right. In fact, I could have been faster, but I was a little conservative." The female reporter was speechless. After saying that, Ho Mingming looked at the newcomer, Yang Yang. Yang Yang was a thug to begin with. After receiving Ho Mingming's signal, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "I want to congratulate you for winning the competition too. You're really too stable. Your performance has given everyone a reassurance." Ho Mingming nodded and said, "Okay, one last question." The female reporter's face turned green with anger. She had been interviewing Ho Mingming, and under normal circumstances, Ho Mingming would only answer 3 questions. The female reporter initially wanted to ask a friendly question to open up the situation. She didn't expect her damned colleague to waste her second question. "You're a reporter. Ask a question. Do I need you to sing praises here?" Seeing that the two of them were stuck in a dilemma, Ho Mingming leaned over and leaned towards a microphone. She said, "Jiang Xiaopi, I know you're watching. I'll say it once here, and I'll say it to you again when we return to the locker room. Remember our agreement. It's your turn." Ho Mingming then strode away, leaving the 2 reporters staring at each other. The female reporter stomped her feet anxiously. Brother Yang, she'll only answer 3 questions. You're, Yang Yang felt bitter and thought, "You didn't tell me." Of course. I followed you secretly without informing you in advance." Yang Yang frantically said, It's okay. There's still Jiang Xiaopi later. He's my man. I told you to ask a few more questions. Just ask. Ask 10. The female reporter's eyes immediately lit up, and she asked with a look of joy, "Really?" Yang Yang patted his chest and said, "Really? Just ask. Unlimited. Why are you being so polite with Brother Yang?" The female reporter immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yang, you're so generous." Yang Yang said, "Of course." In the changing room, Jiang Shao was staring at the television with a peculiar expression on his face. The door of the changing room was pushed open, and Ho Mingming strode in. The teachers and staff behind her did not enter and instead closed the door. Remember our agreement. Ho Mingming sat on the chair opposite Jiang Shao, raised her head slightly, and gestured to Jiang Shao. It's your turn. With a strange expression, Jiang Shao looked at Ho Mingming and said, in my hometown, there was once a person named Zhou Tsang. At that time, I, who was young and inexperienced, thought that I'd met the world's the strongest king. Ho Mingming frowned and thought, what is the toxic healer saying? Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said earnestly, on behalf of Zhou Tsang, I'm willing to acknowledge you as the strongest. Ho Mingming humphed and said, you don't have to represent me. Give me his contact information. The strongest king? I'll go meet him. Jiang Shao was speechless. Chapter 582. Add chapters for the Recluse of the 13 Realms. 4 chapters today. I'll update 2 chapters at 20 a.m. Please vote for me. 8:40 a.m. Enter. Following the reminder of the staff, Jiang Shao stood up. On the side, Ho Mingming, who was playing with the giant blade, raised her hand. She, who was originally holding the hilt, made the giant blade turn half a circle. She grabbed the thick back of the blade with one hand and lifted the hilt into the air. Jiang Shao stepped forward and grabbed the handle of the sword. He was about to pull it out and turn around to leave, but he didn't move it. Jiang Shao looked down at Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming said, use more force. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and tried to pull it back. Ho Mingming stood up and said, let's go together. Ho Mingming thought that the competition was over and they could go out and watch it live. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Compared to Ho Mingming and all the Chinese staff, Jiang Shao seemed to be the most relaxed one. Everyone was worried about Jiang Zhao's performance. After all, his opponent was George Xing, a lunatic who eliminated Zhao Wenlong. However, to be honest, the experts might be able to use data to evaluate the combat power of each student, but this was not a game. Although the so-called combat power and various data had certain reference standards, it was a real battlefield. Every player had different star techniques and combat styles, so the effects of the battle were naturally different too. As Jiang Shao walked out of the player's tunnel, the spectators immediately cheered and jumped for joy. Wan Ming yelled, he's here, he's here. Jiang Xiaopi is here. Beside him is the teacher leading the team, and Ho Mingming, who has just won. Yi Xuanyang said, is the national captain going to supervise the battle personally? That might be a form of pressure for Xiaopi. Hearing this, Wan Ming nodded and said, indeed, this game is getting everyone's attention, and it's no less than Jiang Xiaopi's match against Prince Bino. On one hand, it's because Jiang Xiaopi is really popular, and on the other hand, it's because George Xing is too crazy and strange. Yi Xuanyang said worriedly, I hope Xiaopi can show off his style. As a support player, it's already a very impressive achievement for him to make it to the top 41 in the world. Other than Ho Mingming, who was wearing a gold, red, and white champion dragon uniform, Fang Xingyun and the 2 staff members of the national team were all wearing red and white national team uniforms. The 4 of them sat side by side on the substitutes bench, which was covered by a rain cover. They looked very much like substitutes waiting to play. Jiang Shao casually leaned the giant sword against the bench and warmed up at the side of the field. Smack! In a noisy stadium, such sounds could not be heard at all. Jiang Shao had imagined the sound of the slap just now. While Jiang Shao was stretching his neck, he saw George Star sitting alone on the substitutes bench on the west side. There was no one around him. There were no teachers, no followers, and no teammates. Xiao Jixing sat alone on the bench in silence. He bent over with his elbows on his knees. His golden curly hair was messy, and his gaze was unfocused as he looked at the ground. Smack! Xiao Xing chewed the bubble gum in his mouth and blew another bubble. As the bubble expanded and burst, the bubble gum also covered his mouth. He was just like a child who was entertaining himself. There was no evil smile on his face, nor did he look crazy. It was as if the noisy stadium had nothing to do with him. He simply sat there obediently and blew one bubble after another. Beep. Both teams, please enter the field. The referee blew the whistle. Jiang Xiao carried the giant sword onto the field, but when he stood on the east side of the field and found his position, George Starr was still sitting on the substitutes bench, motionless and only moving his mouth continuously. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded again. Both teams, please enter the field. Xiao Jixing raised his head abruptly and looked at the referee. The referee subconsciously took a step back. Xiao Jixing grinned widely, and the familiar smile was transmitted through the big screen, which actually made the noise in the stadium become much quieter. Xiao Jixing lowered his head again and rummaged in his pocket for something. The trouser pocket of the national team uniform that was already a little tattered had been flipped out, and there was even a hole in it. Here, here. Xiao Jixing chewed the bubble gum and made some inexplicable sounds while rummaging around his body. Finally, his eyes lit up and he found a balloon? To be exact, it's a balloon that hasn't been inflated yet. Xiao Jixing held the balloon in his mouth and continuously blew. The white balloon continued to swell and swell and swell again. Xiao Jixing tied the balloon up and grabbed the white balloon with one hand before striding towards the field. Jiang Xiao had been staring at the balloon in his hand. Everyone knew that Xiao Jixing's star techniques were mostly related to balloons. However, the balloon was obviously a normal balloon and could not be considered a star technique used before the competition. It was essentially the same as Jiang Zhao's giant sword, so there was nothing wrong with it. Poof! Seemingly sensing Jiang Zhao's gaze, Xiao Jixing suddenly stopped in the middle of the field and reached out to hand the white balloon to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if Xiao Jixing was referring to the English word balloon or if he was mumbling meaninglessly. Jiang Xiao simply shook his head and looked at Xiao Jixing warily. On the other hand, Xiao Jixing retreated step by step, but the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. His smile was displayed on the big screen, causing many of the audience to shiver. The intense and thrilling trash-talking session before the competition ended in such a strange atmosphere. Up until a few seconds before the competition began, Xiao Jixing was still fiddling with the balloon and slapping it back and forth in front of his chest. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but think that it was an opportunity. Beep. The competition begins. The referee blew the whistle, and before he finished speaking, a ray of blessing had already landed. Bang! The white balloon suddenly burst open, and the thick fog did not spread gradually. Instead, it instantly covered Xiao Jixing's body. The fog covered a large area with a radius of at least 20 meters. Accompanied by the beam of blessing, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared. Bang! At the next moment, a figure flew out of the fog. It was Xiao Jixing. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared in midair before slashing down with his sword. Screech! The giant sword penetrated Xiao Jixing's body and pierced into the ground. The location was precisely his heart. What? It's over? Everyone was stunned. How many seconds has it been since the competition began? 1 or 2 seconds? Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. The thing under his feet was indeed George Starr. He still seemed to be in a daze after being blessed, but his gaping mouth made his face look rather distorted. Lifelike. It was really lifelike. Bang! Xiao Jixing suddenly exploded, and Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. At the instant of the explosion, his body flashed to the sky. Aha! Aha! A figure walked out of the fog on the west side of the field and pointed at Jiang Xiao, who was in the sky, while mocking him. Jiang Xiao, who was in the air, turned his head abruptly and looked at Xiao Jixing, who was at the edge of the fog. Xiao Jixing seemed to be frightened as he covered his mouth with both hands and retreated into the fog again. However, this time, Jiang Xiao did not choose to flash into the battlefield. Instead, he raised his hand and cast Sound of Silence. Ahem! Xiao Jixing's strange murmurs and coughs could be heard coming from the fog. In the fog, Qiao Jixing ran around and shook his head randomly. As soon as he could make a sound, he muttered softly, seemingly a little annoyed. Ah, 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 ah. His voice helped Jiang Xiao find the location of the enemy in the fog. Sound of silence rose again. Bang! With the sound of silence, Qiao Jixing's strange voice disappeared again, but Jiang Xiao acutely discovered that the white fog had changed color. No, it wasn't a change of color, but a new color of fog. Grayish-white? Oh no, Ho Mingming said with a frown. We've been tricked. She was sharp and managed to find the location of the real Qiao Jixing in the fog. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. Raindrops fell. Cleansing tears plus domain tears. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyun had an intense discussion about the star technique's sorrowful tears before the match. Fang Xingyun did not want sorrowful tears to appear. She felt that Qiao Jixing was not an ordinary person at all, and everyone could see his mental state. Hence, sorrowful tears might have the opposite effect, just like the reaction of the Maple Leaf Captain. In fact, it might even be worse. That would greatly increase the threat of Qiao Jixing. However, Jiang Xiao had reservations about that. In the end, the master and disciple made a decision. They would first try to fight normally, and if they could not defeat him after a long time, they would try using sorrowful tears when necessary. Jiang Xiao sensed everything in the domain tears. Under cleansing tears, the fog that Qiao Jixing had cast gradually dissipated. Under the fine raindrops, as the fog dissipated, everyone saw two identical Qiao Jixing. However, one of them was looking up at the sky. The other George star sprinted towards the George doll, while Jiang Zhao's body suddenly appeared in the middle of the way. Oh! Qiao Jixing, who was running frantically, got a great shock and turned his body sideways, allowing the giant blade with green glow to brush past him. That scene was nothing in the eyes of others, but to Jiang Xiao, it was extremely shocking. What kind of reaction speed is that? What kind of body control is that? Zhao Wenlong even said that it's an assistant. Is he kidding? Whoa. Qiao Jixing turned around like a basketball player and sent Jiang Xiao flying. The huge force was so great that he could not even control himself as he rolled and crawled toward the doll. Jiang Xiao tried to defend himself immediately, but he felt a huge force coming from his shoulder and sending him flying. Qiao Jixing picked up the doll and ran frantically towards the eastern half of the court. His messy blonde curly hair swayed as he ran, while laughing maniacally. Whoa, ha! Apex. Chapter 583. Adding chapters for Alliance Master Qingningzi. There were 2 chapters in a row, and there was another chapter after that. Jiang Xiao, who had been sent flying, did not need to see his opponent at all. The field tear domain had already helped him find the specific location. His body flickered, and the halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up. He slashed down with the sword. Xiao Xing carried the puppet George and blocked in front of him. The giant sword slashed a hole in George's chest. Under the effects of strong strike and repelling, Xiao Xing was sent flying while carrying the puppet with blood all over his body. The star power in Jiang Zhao's body suddenly increased greatly. The mannequin summoned with pure star power had a very comfortable mana drain effect. Jiang Xiao dodged again and stabbed with the sword. Xiao Xing, who was rolling on the turf, tilted his head and pulled out a star power revolver out of nowhere. He raised his hand and shot. Bang! Xiao Xing shrieked in pain and dodged with his head tilted at the critical moment. He did not manage to get hit in the head by the giant sword, but in the shoulder, causing him to fall into the ground. The spear also hit Jiang Zhao's left chest and struck his heart, causing him to be flung away. Xiao Xing roared in pain and finally stopped laughing this time. Half of his arm had been cut off by the giant sword and was hanging on his shoulder along with his flesh and blood. Jiang Xiao, who was blasted away, dodged again and stabbed Xiao Xing's neck. Screech! Blood splattered on Jiang Zhao's trousers. At this moment, the field tear domain worked again. Behind Jiang Xiao, George, who had been moving stiffly and had been casually thrown aside, suddenly moved. Bang! It was a gunshot. At the instant that George raised his hand, Jiang Shao tilted his body and quickly turned around. George frantically opened fire with his revolver and fired several shots consecutively, all of which hit the giant sword in front of Jiang Shao. Boom! George Xing in the pit under Jiang Zhao's feet suddenly exploded. That was completely beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Did the main body of George Xing explode? And there was no warning at all? The blast of the explosion blasted Jiang Shao away. Oh, hee ha! Doll George grabbed his messy, curly hair with one hand, and his eyes were bulging out as he threw his head back and laughed. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the entire venue, sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone came to their senses. From the beginning to the end, it was just the puppet George carrying the real George, running and dodging. How ruthless was George Star? He actually controlled the doll George and used it as a shield to resist Jiang Zhao's giant sword. It was only after this scene that most people were able to determine which was the puppet and which was the real body. It was also after this scene that Xiao Xing deceived everyone. At this moment, the huge wound on George Star's chest was still bleeding, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Suddenly, George Star's laughter came to an abrupt halt. What? Jiang Shao, who had been blasted away, was hanging on the metal cage that was a few meters high. He grabbed onto the metal wire with one hand and hung his body. He shook his head vigorously, seemingly trying to wake himself up. Jiang Zhao's clothes were torn and tattered from the explosion, and his trousers were torn too. However, he was injured. No way. Well, he just felt a little dizzy. George Star wiped the wound on his chest with one hand and smeared the blood on his face, looking like a mental patient. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He spat out a balloon from his mouth. Pow! As the balloon burst, the fog rose again. This time, cleansing tears could not purify the fog. Jiang Shao stopped and raised his hand to cast sound of silence. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing was accompanied by the sound of the giant sword slashing. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and George Star was sent flying again. However, this time, Jiang Shao finally knew where his magic was. Without a doubt, the one that was blasted away was George Star's original body. However, when the original body was blasted out of the 20-meter radius of the fog, the instant the original body left the domain of silence, another George Star suddenly appeared and fell into the fog. The puppet George was replaced at this moment. He could no longer deceive Jiang Shao, because although Jiang Zhao's field tears were slightly blocked by the sound of silence, the inertia was still there. It did not stop. Jiang Shao also discovered the problem with George Star's star technique. It was not summoning a puppet, but more like summoning a substitute. Jiang Shao acutely discovered that the fog had a purification effect. However, Jiang Shao did not flash away and instead continued to stride forward in the fog, targeting the puppet that had been blasted away. The main body in the fog, George Star, did not attack Jiang Shao. In fact, he even allowed Jiang Shao to run past him. On top of that, Xiao Jixing even placed his thumb on the tip of his nose and wagged his forefingers. He stuck out his tongue and shook his head to make a funny face. Screech, are you kidding me? Jiang Shao had just overtaken George Star by half a body's length. And at the moment when George Star seemed to have let his guard down, Jiang Shao slashed back. Bang! In front of everyone, George Star had just flown out of the fog, and another George Star actually flew out. Then, what flew out of the fog again turned out to be a sword. Screech! The giant blade that flew out was like a huge boomerang spinning wildly. The blade pierced through the flesh and directly into George Star's chest. The huge force sent George Star flying backwards, landing heavily on the turf. He continued to slide for a few meters before coming to a stop. George Star's chest was pierced by the giant sword, and he lay limp on the ground in a strange posture. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Jiang Shao frowned slightly because the George Star that had been stabbed suddenly turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Jiang Shao turned around to see that the puppet that had been blasted away the first time actually grinned and got up. Damn it, this can't be. Was my analysis wrong? Jiang Shao frowned and realized that things were not that simple. No, it's impossible for my analysis to be wrong. This is definitely a problem with the star technique, right? When two George stars existed at the same time, one of them would definitely be in the form of a puppet that could not make any movements. For example, when the George star on the other side turned into starlight and dissipated, the George star on the other side finally came alive. Another example would be when Jiang Shao dealt with the George star that had fallen to the ground after being slashed by him. The George star behind him suddenly came alive, and the George star beneath Jiang Shao also stiffened before exploding under the control of the real body. The puppet could at most control the explosion, but it could not be manipulated to make other offensive actions. For example, the scene of two George stars pulling out their guns and shooting at the same time had never happened before. George's star technique should be able to switch back and forth between the two. As long as the substitute existed, the two of them would have to be killed at the same time in order to win. Otherwise, George would be able to continue living. The reason why the substitute and the real body were exactly the same and could use any star technique, as well as behave so crazily and have such lifelike expressions, was because of his switching back and forth. Friend, this star technique of yours is rather advanced. It's even more terrifying than my platinum decoy, isn't it? It's indeed the World Cup. Are the true gods hiding under the appearance of a lunatic? Are you trying to mess with me? Of course. Jiang Zhao's real body had yet to die, and he wondered if he could replace the body of the decoy and become the real body again. Jiang Shao adjusted his state of mind, and the halo of nostalgia under his feet continued to spin frantically. George Star, who got up, squeezed the balloon in his hand and burst it. His eyes grew wider and wider. His already bulging eyeballs made one fear that they would fall out of their sockets. Pa, 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 when Jiang Shao picked up the giant sword. A large number of balloons had already floated out of George Star's body and burst one after another. Amidst the thick fog, Qiao Jixing covered his mouth with one hand, his body trembling violently. His wet hair stuck tightly to his forehead, and the rain continued to fall on his body. No one knew what he was thinking. Jiang Shao had had enough of his opponent's tricks. I'll kill both of you at the same time then. Are you messing with me? I'm telling you, you're going to blow up a killer whale today. Whoosh! A ray of blessing appeared quietly and fell into the fog. George Star retreated again, and the light beam of blessing fell directly on the substitute doll. With the help of the field tier, Jiang Shao could grasp the information of the entire scene. Silence had no effect on George Star, who was in the fog. Jiang Shao immediately discovered that George Star was making a large number of balloons. Jiang Zhao's giant sword was covered in star power, and this time, he did not use green glow. Instead, he pierced the puppet's heart with his sword before charging towards George Star. Jiang Zhao's star power was rising rapidly, while George Star's star power was being depleted. Hence, Jiang Shao was naturally willing to maintain the status quo. George Star ran frantically while releasing a large number of balloons. Ha 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 ha, sob. Cough, cough, cough. His laughter was mixed with crying, and it was extremely strange. It seemed that George Star's emotions were constantly changing. To be honest, Jiang Shao really wanted to give him a shot of Bell to calm him down. What are you doing? I haven't even used tears of sorrow, and you're already collapsing? Or is this your normal state where you're like a bear after fighting? Jiang Shao waved the blessing in his hand continuously. Although he did not hit George Star, he disrupted his escape rhythm. Jiang Shao seized the opportunity, and his body flickered again. George Star suddenly stopped in his tracks and pushed a puppet behind him. Tong Holu? I like it. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao stabbed him with his sword. Boom! As soon as the blade penetrated his flesh, the puppet suddenly exploded. In the thick fog, Jiang Shao and George Star flew in the opposite direction. Even in the process of being blasted away, George Star was still producing balloons continuously. A large number of balloons surged in all directions. The balloons that had already filled half of the field were finally put to use. During the process of Jiang Shao flying backward, the balloons would immediately explode as long as his body brushed against them. Jiang Shao turned into a flick and was bombarded by the balloons along the way. Chapter 584. Fourthly, please vote for me. Jiang Shao turned into a music player and was bombarded by the balloons all the way. Jiang Zhao's clothes were torn and his head was buzzing. Damn it. Jiang Shao, who was in a daze after being bombarded, suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. There was fog floating under the venue, and people couldn't see anything. When Jiang Shao broke away from the balloon array, he held the top of the iron cage net with one hand and hung his body above. People finally saw his figure. Why? In the fog, there was a sobbing voice. Finally, Jiang Shao heard an English word. Even if it was just a simple pronunciation, it was completely different from George Xing's previous vague words. This word was so clear. George Xing's question was very simple. He was crying a little sadly, as if he was asking, "Why haven't you been killed by the explosion?" George Xing grabbed his hair in a mess. The balloons that exploded along the way seemed to have disappointed him. His bulging eyes were full of red blood vessels, and his face was full of tears. Mixed with the rainwater of the tear realm, it flowed continuously on his face. Why? George Xing held his head with both hands and clutched the natural golden scroll tightly. His voice was trembling, and it was another interrogation from the soul. You can't even die from such an attack? Why? You can't even die? Why are you still alive in this world? You want to try a real explosion, right? You want to taste the taste of death, right? Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously. Through the tear realm, Jiang Shao sensed that the corners of George Xing's mouth gradually opened up. His smile became wider and wider, and his sobbing voice turned into a trembling laughter. Why? Why? I'll tell you why today. Jiang Zhao's body flashed again and plunged into the fog. I must skewer you like a sugar gourd today. Huh? There was no puppet, no defense. The sword pierced through Qiao Jiexing's heart. Qiao Jiexing seemed to be begging for death as he allowed the giant sword to penetrate his body and pounce towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao immediately felt that something was wrong and subconsciously flashed away. Wait a minute. What's going on? Jiang Zhao's body flashed like a TV with bad signal reception. His figure flashed again, but he didn't dodge. The shadow of calamity ruins failed. The fog in this area has a space confinement effect. Space confinement? Does such a thing really exist? However, since there is teleportation, there is also the possibility of teleportation. I've suffered a loss because of a high-level star technique. If there were no space-time rift, Jiang Zhao's subconscious reaction would definitely be to give blessings instead of flickering. The words describe a lot, but in reality, all of this happened in a short moment. It happened the moment Jiang Shao pierced through George Star. Qiao Jixing, whose heart was pierced, had an extremely twisted expression. Tears gushed out like a fountain, but he still had a crazy smile on his face. He softly spat out a word, boom, rumble. As George Star self-destructed, the balloons floating on the green field also exploded. Amidst the dense fog, a tumbling mushroom cloud actually rose. The surging waves of air mixed with the shredded iron cages, splashing turf, and mud flew in all directions. The defensive barrier in front of the spectator stand shook and rumbled. Even the ground was trembling. The audience backed away in fear, screaming at the top of their lungs. The voice of the competition authority rang out on the green field. The defensive barrier is secure. Everyone please calm down. Calm down. The defensive barrier is secure. The staff members beside the spectator stands quickly comforted the audience. All of a sudden, all kinds of star techniques lit up in the spectator stands. Wan Ming crawled out from under the livestream platform, put on his headset in a flurry, and looked down. At the side, the dumbfounded Yi Xuanyang finally snapped back to her senses. This silly girl is not as stable as Mount Tai. She's really scared out of her wits. At this moment, Yi Xuanyang couldn't be bothered anymore. She stood up and tried her best to look down. The fog that had lost the support of star power quickly dissipated, but the thick smoke was still there. Due to the scale of the explosion, even the medical personnel at the scene were prohibited from entering the arena. The competition authority reinforced the defensive barrier again and again, waiting for the dust to dissipate. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium gradually quietened down. Yi Xuanyang sat down in her seat with a pale face. She muttered in a daze, "Is this another mutual destruction competition?" Her desperate words were transmitted to the thousands of households through the screen. Why did she say again? It was because in this year's Star Warrior competition, there had been such a situation in the team competition. In the 4v4 competition, there was once a melee fighter who perished together with the support of the opposing team. Although the melee fighter's team won the competition in the end, both teams withdrew from the competition later on. The dark clouds above their heads dispersed, and the fog in the arena dissipated. The dust began to spread. A voice suddenly rang out in the silent stadium. "Ring, damn it! Damn it!" Wan Ming actually cursed 3 times in a row in the live stream of Mother Yang. "Damn it! Jiang Xiaopi! Is it you, Jiang Xiaopi?" Yi Xuanyang's eyes instantly emitted a glimmer of light, as if she had added the finishing touch, and her whole person came to life. Ring, the crisp and melodious sound of the bell, seemed to be announcing a fact, once again telling everyone that the support was still there. "It's Jiang Xiaopi. It must be Jiang Xiaopi," Wan Ming said incessantly, occasionally looking at the screen and occasionally looking down at the green field. He hated the floating dust to death. It was the spot where the substitutes used to be. Hearing this sound, Fang Xingyun became agitated and hurriedly dispersed the defensive shield in front of her, trying to find Jiang Xiaopi's position. Ring, 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 the bell rang again, but it was extremely urgent. However, to Fang Xingyun, the sound was like the sound of nature. However, after the dust dispersed, she still couldn't find Jiang Xiaopi because Jiang Xiaopi was buried in a deep pit. There was a huge pit in the eastern half of the arena, and George Xing was nowhere to be found. In the direction of the ringing of the bell, everyone saw a man in tattered clothes with a dusty face. His body was curled up, his arms were in front of his face, and his legs were folded in front of him. He was curled up into the shape of an egg, lying on his side in the pit, his body covered in dust. The camera zoomed in, and Jiang Xiaopi's tattered national team uniform was in tatters. The sleeves from the forearms down and the trouser legs from the knees down had all disappeared. His upper arms and the sides of his legs were also tattered. Jiang Xiaopi shook his head in a daze. This was the greatest explosive damage that a diamond-level endurance had ever encountered. Jiang Xiaopi's skin cracked, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Jiang Xiaopi groaned in pain as he slowly stretched his limbs and twisted his body with difficulty. He lay on the ground with his back facing the sky and gave himself a blessing. However, the beam of light from the blessing fell off, compared to bell, which could be pressed directly in front of his chest. Jiang Xiaopi, who was extremely dizzy, seemed to be unable to aim for the blessing. In fact, Jiang Xiaopi wasn't even sure if he had thrown a blessing just now. The scene was really strange. Although the clothes on Jiang Xiaopi's chest and thighs that were protected by his arms and legs were tattered, they were still there. There was no cheering or jumping for joy. Looking at Jiang Xiaopi, who was covered in dust and covered in blood, everyone didn't know how to respond. "Haven't you declared victory yet? Are you really going to let me get up?" Jiang Xiaopi tried his best to open his eyes, but his head was spinning again, so he had no choice but to close his eyes. The only thing that Jiang Xiaopi could be sure of was that George Star was gone. Jiang Xiaopi didn't believe that George Star could survive such an explosion. He's really King suicidal. He's simply a lunatic. It's fine if he dies, but he has to drag me down with him. Jiang Xiaopi tried his best to prop himself up from the ground and try to get up, but he fell to his knees. I give up. I give up. The diamond-level endurance was awesome. He could feel the pain and faint without any delay, but to completely faint? No way. In Jiang Xiaopi's scourge ruins, due to the impact of being close to death, the bait that had blocked off synesthesia was inevitably greatly affected. It had already been dismembered by several master sparring partners. Since the judge was nowhere to be found, Fang Xingyun could only shout at the judges, "Victory! Declare victory! He needs treatment. What are you guys waiting for?" However, the judges seemed to really need Jiang Xiaopi to make his stance clear. Jiang Xiaopi had to show that he had not lost his ability to fight in order for the competition to be considered to have an outcome. Otherwise, it would be a competition with no winner. Fang Xingyun's words seemed to have awakened all the Chinese spectators. Voices began to rise one after another, as if they had finally found an outlet to vent their frustrations. Jiang Xiaopi, who was suffering from extreme tinnitus, vaguely heard faint shouts. "Black whistle! Black whistle! Black whistle! Declare the end of the competition. Stand up, Jiang Xiaopi! Stand up!" Jiang Xiaopi lay on the ground and raised his hand weakly, as if he was welcoming the holy light. "Don't rush me, brother. Let's see if I can blow you up. Do you think you can stand up just because you want to? I can endure the pain, but who can endure the dizziness?" Then, the holy light really descended. Jiang Xiaopi exclaimed. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiaopi propped himself up with both hands and struggled to get up. The way he swayed made others worry that a gust of wind would blow him over. He opened his muddled eyes, lowered his head, and looked at his tattered clothes in a daze. It's all right. I'll just pretend that I'm wearing a tattered sleeveless shirt and a pair of tattered underpants. As long as my important parts aren't exposed." Jiang Xiaopi ignored his bloodied forearm and calf. After all, the wounds had already healed with the help of Bell. He merely looked a little miserable. Jiang Xiaopi closed his eyes, tilted his head, and faced the sky. He tried his best to endure the pain and dizziness. His breathing was short and rapid, but he managed to stand firm. "Next time, please be more crazy. Otherwise, I'll still stand up." "Oh, right." Chapter 585. B1. Jiang Xiaopi 1. George Xing chose to self-destruct and use his life to defend his honor. No one knew what Wan Ming was thinking, but the words that came out of his mouth were beautiful and pleasing to the ears. There is an indisputable fact that George Xing chose to self-destruct during the battle with Jiang Xiaopi and completely disappeared from this world. Why was Wan Ming so sure that George Xing was dead? It was because he saw that there were staff taking care of Jiang Xiaopi, and a few of them had already found a star bead in the distance, near the center line of the field. Without a doubt, it should be George Xing's star bead. Due to the fact that the star bead was almost indestructible, it still survived the intense explosion. Precisely because he had confirmed this piece of information, Wan Ming skillfully used his words to direct the death to the dignity, honor, faith, and other aspects of the Star Warriors. He tried his best to reduce the impact of death. Yi Xuanyang's voice was trembling with excitement. After being a host for so many years, it was the first time that she sounded like she was about to cry. This is an unimaginable battle. It shouldn't have appeared in the round of 41 to 21. Perhaps it should have appeared in the finals. Wan Ming said, "Jiang Xiaopi has been carried out of the field. Although he's covered in blood, he'll definitely recover with the medical staff around him. We have to believe in the abilities of the medical awakened Star Warriors, and we have to believe in, Jiang Xiaopi's ability to heal himself." The series of bell sounds just now was too exciting. Yi Xuanyang said, "Yeah, the bell sounds are as crisp and pleasant as ever. It hasn't changed. However, I never thought that it would make one's nose sour and eyes red." The two hosts looked at the screen and watched as Jiang Xiaopi was carried away on a stretcher. Yi Xuanyang suddenly said, "I don't want to kill the gods. I only wish for peace." Do you still remember what he said a few days ago? Jiang Xiaopi is using his actions to fight for the honor of the motherland and let the people of the world see the strength and abilities of the Chinese Star Warriors. I believe you, Jiang Xiaopi. With such determination and willpower, I believe that you can break into the finals of the World Cup as an assistant medical practitioner. For the first time, Jiang Xiao enjoyed being treated like a boss. He was carried out on a stretcher. Tens of seconds ago, After the announcement of China's victory, Jiang Zhao's legs turned jelly and he plopped onto the ground. Due to the inclination of the pit, Jiang Zhao did not manage to sit properly and tumbled down. The audience in front of the television was moved to tears when they saw Jiang Zhao struggling to get up while covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. That was the purest form of a nation's star warrior who swore to fight for glory with their lives. In the end, Jiang Zhao suddenly made such a scene, and many of them were dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The post-match interview was, of course, inconclusive. The poor female reporter who had just finished the interview was still waiting for Brother Yang to give her a chance to ask a few more questions. In the end, she didn't get anything. After further confirming that Jiang Zhao's body was fine, he wrapped himself in a coat and was stuffed into the car without even taking a shower. He was then escorted back to the hotel they were staying at. As Jiang Zhao was carried into the hotel room, the team left Fang Xingyun to take care of him while everyone else dispersed. Unexpectedly, Ho Mingming actually volunteered to stay and take care of Jiang Zhao. Under Fang Xingyun's questioning, Ho Mingming explained the reason. This is a respectable opponent. He has earned my respect. Of course, Fang Xingyun wouldn't let Ho Mingming stay and cause trouble. He put on the airs of a teacher and finally persuaded Ho Mingming to leave. As soon as Fang Xingyun closed the door and returned to the room, he saw that the little toxic healer who had been unconscious had actually sat up. Did he come back to life? When he left, the little toxic healer was still lying down. Why did he suddenly sit up when he came back? Why did his eyes widen? Fang Xingyun was taken aback. Jiang Zhao and Fang Xingyun looked at each other in dismay. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was a little strange. A few seconds later, Jiang Zhao said, "I'm hungry." Fang Xingyun was speechless. Fang Xingyun went out to get some food. Jiang Zhao also got off the bed and washed up in the bathroom. It was a pity that the t-shirt he was wearing was torn and tattered. Fortunately, he had ordered a few more clothes during the customization, so he still had time to change them. However, the bait in the Shadow Ruins had been killed. Now, Jiang Zhao had no idea what was happening in the Shadow Ruins. If he was not mistaken, the Golden Companion should be fighting with the two Silver Companions. There were many things in the Shadow Ruins. He couldn't let them mess around in there. Jiang Zhao had no choice but to go to the living room and close the curtains. The national team didn't mistreat the contestants. Although it wasn't a luxurious suite, it was a big room with a living room. Jiang Zhao stood up straight and tried to open the Shadow Ruins at an angle parallel to the ceiling. Swoosh! A bait wearing a bath towel suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao opened the Shadow Ruins and the bait jumped in. Jiang Zhao hurriedly closed the Shadow Ruins and looked at the decorations around him. It seemed to be a success. After all, it was a rectangular portal that was 3 meters long on each side. It wasn't too big or too small, so it didn't cut into the interior decorations. After entering the Shadow Ruins, Jiang Zhao, who was wearing a bath towel, realized that he had overestimated the masked monks. Due to the fact that they hadn't eaten for almost a month, one of the 3 master sparring partners had already been killed. The remaining 2 masters, a golden companion and a silver companion, were now eating the corpses. The hideous black face was covered in blood, and the scene was rather cruel. Even though Jiang Zhao, the bait, had appeared, the 2 masked monks couldn't care less about him. In the hotel room, Jiang Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. After changing his clothes, Jiang Zhao sat on the sofa and thought about the competition again. If it weren't for the fact that the explosion was too powerful, Jiang Zhao would have really wanted to look for George Star's Starbead. However, he couldn't even stand properly, let alone do anything during the explosion. He could imagine that George Star's star techniques were definitely very special. Although most of them overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star techniques, the puppet star technique seemed really good. Jiang Zhao took out his mobile phone, and as soon as he switched it on, Han Jiangxue sent him a video call. She must be so worried about me. She might have been trying to play the video call. In the video, Han Jiangxue was expressionless. After suddenly realizing that the call was connected, she stared at the screen with reddened eyes. Kacha! She lost control of her emotions for a moment, and under the tremendous force, her trembling palm directly crushed the phone. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment and thought, what happened? Did the signal get cut off? More than 10 seconds later, Song Chuanxi's video call popped up. On the screen of the mobile phone, Han Jiangshui's cold and aloof face appeared again, and she seemed to have calmed down a lot. I couldn't get through to Xia Yin. Just now, I called Teacher Fan again, and she said that you're fine, Han Jiangshu said softly. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, I'm fine, I'm really fine. Then, Jiang Xiao hurriedly changed the topic. I remember that Xia Yin came to watch my competition. I even greeted her before the competition, but I haven't seen her since. The team's protection is too strict. I reckon that she probably didn't get close to me after the competition. I was too dizzy and didn't notice her. Han Jiangshu bit her lip and looked at Jiang Xiao quietly. She suddenly fell silent and didn't say a word. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly at a loss for words. See you in Jianghu City after my competition tomorrow, Han Jiangshu said all of a sudden. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, Okay, see you tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jiangshu hung up the phone. Jiang Xiao sighed helplessly. Everyone knew the big picture, but her emotions couldn't be appeased by a few words. Hence, he decided to see her if she wanted to. Anyway, there would be a 5-day break for each competition, and the team members were all based in Jianghu City. Jiang Xiao held onto his mobile phone and temporarily ignored some messages. There were too many of them, and he really couldn't reply to them. He opened Weibo, only to see a different scene. Unlike all the previous battles, his Weibo was filled with all kinds of opinions and comments this time. Some were praying, some were wishing him well, some were cheering him on. Of course, there were also some radicals. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. George Starr was a contradictory and complicated person. Jiang Xiao didn't want to discuss the social system or social phenomena. In Jiang Zhao's domain, he only considered it from the perspective of a pure star warrior. George Starr was an opponent who fought with his life. Jiang Xiao didn't know what words to use to express himself. Once the words were posted on the internet, it would be easy for them to be misinterpreted. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't make any comments on the competition. Looking at the number of fans that had increased to 9,200,000, Jiang Xiao knew that he would probably be stuck in a quagmire no matter what point he made. Jiang Xiao browsed through the news. Unsurprisingly, there were the most reports about his competition. There were also quite a few after that. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's fingers stopped on the screen. It's a civil war in China. Xia Yin versus Embark. Both parties fought for the entire competition, and there was still no clear winner until 20 minutes of the competition time was up. After 17 minutes of discussion, the judges of the competition made an extremely difficult decision. Xia Yin wins. Jiang Xiao frowned and clicked on the video. In the video, the cage was filled with black flames and red flames. The two flames were constantly overlapping and rendering the cage. Two slightly blurry figures were fighting fiercely. Fists, kicks, and daggers. If there were no flames blocking the view, it might be a combat lesson. The video was edited. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the flames dissipated and Xia Yin sat silently on the charred ground. He was covered in wounds and blood was flowing continuously, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ground in a daze. Ember, who was not far away, clenched his fists tightly with a hideous expression. His facial muscles were twitching continuously, and his teeth were chattering. His eyes were shut tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Or perhaps he was digesting something. On the surface, the two of them seemed to have similar injuries. However, in terms of stability, Xia Yin seemed to be in a better state. This was just an edited version. Jiang Xiao was prepared to take a look at the entire competition before commenting. However, what was certain was that Xia Yin had advanced. Chapter 586. At noon the next day, Jiang Xiao returned to Edo City and returned to the hotel where the national team was staying, where he was warmly welcomed by the students. Jiang Xiao could sense that the concern shown by his teammates was genuine. Although they used to be competitors, They were now comrades in the same trench after forming a team to fight for the country. They were bound together for good or bad. After returning to his room, Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief. As early as 8 a.m., the World Cup team competition had already begun, and Han Jianshui's team happened to be in the first match. After watching the competition in Hachiman City, Jiang Shao returned to Edo City. The good news was that Han Jianshui and her team had advanced to the next round. Although the process was extremely difficult, they had at least advanced. When Jiang Shao got off the plane, he received a piece of bad news. The Shanghai Star Warriors team had lost. They had lost to a seeded team, which was a group of Thunder Pharaohs from the North Kingdom. One Shield Warrior, one Melee Warrior, one Rules Awakened, and one Support. It was a standard team configuration, but after the battle, the coordination between the various professions was simply astonishing. The four of them were like a precise machine that had truly become a whole. They were like gods that had descended to the mortal world. The damage output was simply explosive. There was once an interesting media article that said, the representative team of the North Kingdom is equivalent to the racing champion Ho Mingming in the individual competition. They were the well-deserved seeded players, and it was only natural for them to crush their opponents. Although the Shanghai Star Warriors team caused a lot of trouble for the other team, the seeded team still won. Jiang Shao also watched the replay of the competition. To be honest, if the Beijing Star Warriors team had encountered the representative team of the North Kingdom, they would probably have been in trouble. The Thunder Array, operated by the four members of the North Kingdom team, was simply too powerful. If Han Jianshui's assistant was Jiang Shao, who was a toxic healer with strong control, it would be easier to deal with. However, if it was a pure support like Yi Su, it would be really difficult to fight. In the afternoon, Jiang Shao stayed in the hotel room and watched the competition between the Xiangnan Military Academy and the Pharaohs of Guai. Brother Soldier was really ferocious. After a tough battle, they finally advanced to the top 17. Their star techniques had very distinct regional characteristics. Due to the fact that their school was in Xiangnan and the fact that the team from the military academy was a very tight unit, Jiang Shao seemed to have seen four Zhao Wenlongs. What was the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon? What was the dance of a phoenix and a dragon? Jiang Zhao's blood was pumping as he watched. It was simply too cool. From a team perspective, the talents from Xiangnan Military Academy were on the same level as the Northern Kingdom's representative team. Although Han Jianshui's team could not be considered to be in a state of disunity, they were still slightly inferior in terms of the compatibility of their star techniques and the tacit understanding between the team members. While Jiang Shao was secretly evaluating it, a message appeared on his mobile phone. A coffee shop? Jiang Shao stood up and put on a cap and a mask before walking out. When Jiang Shao really walked out of the hotel, he was followed by two bodyguards. One of them was the light bulb good. It was obvious that he had returned to his old profession. The trio chatted about the match as they walked 2 blocks and entered a cafe. Jiang Shao found the location of the private room according to the number, but the door of the private room opposite him was open, and there were 4 familiar-looking men inside. Jiang Zhao's 2 bodyguards froze for a moment before greeting him smilingly. They then walked into the private room with the door wide open. It turned out that there were 4 light bulbs here. They should be Han Jianshui's bodyguards. Jiang Shao pushed open the door of the private room opposite him, only to see Han Jianshue and Xia Yin seated opposite each other. The seats were rather interesting because they were not ordinary seats. Instead, they were in the form of a basket. Xia Yin crossed her legs and exerted a little force with her feet, causing the basket seat to sway back and forth. She was holding a strawberry sundae in her hand and eating it with a small spoon while smearing some cream on her lips. She's actually a little cute. Han Jianshue, who was sitting opposite the table, did not seem to be hyperactive. The basket seat that she was sitting on did not move at all, and even the chocolate sundae in front of her seemed to have melted a little. Clearly, she had not touched it at all. Wow, Xiaopi is here. Xia Yin looked over, and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stood up. Jiang Shao hurriedly took 2 steps forward and sat on Han Jianshue's basket seat. Reservation. Xia Yin blinked her large and beautiful eyes and asked, Huh? Jiang Shao chuckled and took off his mask before picking up the chocolate sundae on Han Jiangshue's table. Why aren't you eating? Han Jiangshue looked at Jiang Shao quietly without saying a word. Xia Yin sat back in her seat and said softly, Your sister is acting a little strange today. She hasn't been talking at all. I can't seem to, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and took a bite of the ice cream before saying, Touch it. Han Jiangshue finally spoke. What? Jiang Shao said, My arms, thighs, and so on. Verify that they're all original. Han Jiangshue couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao. She didn't know how to start the conversation, but Jiang Shao made everything much simpler. Here. Jiang Shao extended his right hand and placed it on the table. Han Jiangshue slowly reached out and held Jiang Zhao's arm before hugging it gently. Xia Yin's expression changed, and she opened her mouth to say something, only to be glared at by Han Jiangshue coldly. Xia Yin swallowed the words as she was about to say, lowered her head, and began to eat the ice cream obediently. Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded too. His right arm hung down naturally, and he allowed Han Jiangshue to hug it gently. He was just joking and thought that Han Jiangshue would at most pinch it a little. To his surprise, she actually did something like that. It was rare for her to be like that. It had only happened a few times in the past 2 years. Once was when Xia Yin broke through to the late nebula stage, and it happened on the steps in the backyard of Xia Yin's villa. Once it was in the snowfield. After the two of them killed Mother Gao, they were in a dark cave. Another time was when the two of them were trapped in Feng Xingyun's scourge ruins, and the endless wait almost made her feel hopeless. Jiang Shao leaned over and whispered in her ear, You know my defensive abilities. It's okay. Okay. Han Jiangshue wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's arm tighter and tighter, seemingly afraid of something. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Don't be like that. You make me feel like I've just survived a disaster. Han Jiangshue suddenly asked, Isn't that the case? Jiang Shao chuckled and said, It's just a small scene. It's not a big deal at all. Oh my God, a small scene? Xia Yin exclaimed in displeasure. Did you watch the competition or not? That's a small scene? If it weren't for the defensive shield, the stadium would have been blown up. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao and couldn't help but frown. She asked with a hint of amazement and blame, Do you really not take your life seriously? Han Jiangshue asked softly, Don't you have any lingering fear at all? Jiang Shao took a bite of the ice cream and didn't know what to say. His confidence, of course, stemmed from his abilities. Perhaps Jiang Shao trusted his diamond endurance more. As for the physical and mental pain, it was nothing to Jiang Shao. He didn't enjoy it, but, well, he was already used to it. When ordinary children were still attending classes and competing in competitions in school, Jiang Shao had already experienced life and death battles time and time again. In particular, the journey to the snowfield as bait was a tempering process that allowed Jiang Shao to undergo a qualitative change in his heart. Perhaps Jiang Zhao's mentality was indeed different. However, should I say it out loud? That would only make little Jiangshue worry, wouldn't it? Han Jiangshue said softly, You can show off your victory like a child. You can also be fearful and lament about surviving a disaster. You don't have to suppress your emotions in front of me. It'll be better for you to release them. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I'm indeed a little scared. Wow, think about it carefully. It's so terrifying. That explosion. Isn't it too scary? Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Shao suddenly turned around to look at Han Jiangshue and said, I need some spiritual comfort. Han Jiangshue raised her head and asked, What? Jiang Shao stammered, Let's go get some skewers. Xia Yin was speechless. Han Jiangshue frowned slightly and asked, Are you serious? Jiang Shao frantically said, I need to soothe my soul and get rid of the trauma in my heart. Skewers, karaoke bath massage. Han Jiangshue asked, No, it just slipped out of my mouth. Why don't we go to the movies? Catch some dolls in the arcade? Right? The Star Pet Amusement Park in Edo City is very famous. Let's go to the Star Pet Amusement Park. The more Xia Yin listened, the more excited she became. All of a sudden, she lowered her voice and said, "You two still have to compete in a few days. Can you apply for leave?" Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "What leave? Let's go now. I need Mingming's star pet to heal my soul. I can already feel that I'm slightly autistic. We can't delay any longer. Let's go." To Jiang Shao, perhaps Han Jiangxue really needed to divert her attention. A few hours of fun and company should be able to slightly soothe her disturbed soul. Jiang Shao took a sip of the melted chocolate sundae and stood up. However, he raised a finger and said, "The only problem is." Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang Shao asked, "Why do I have 2 bodyguards, but you have 4? Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Xia Yin humphed and said, "What kind of lousy question is that? What's the point of asking that?" Jiang Shao lowered his voice and said, "Of course it's useful. How can knocking 4 people unconscious be the same as knocking 6 people unconscious?" "Oh." Xia Yin covered her mouth with one hand and asked in shock, "You want to knock them unconscious? Are you crazy? They're members of the national team." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I don't think they'll agree with our idea. They won't let us go out to play." Jiang Shao paused and clenched his fist before saying, "So, there's an old saying in China that goes, when enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins." Xia Yin leaned forward and said softly, "Just put us in space and flash away. Everything will be fine." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? That seems to make sense." Xia Yin chuckled while covering her mouth. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble just to knock on the light bulb?" Displeased, Jiang Shao retorted, "I'll knock you first." Xia Yan's face stiffened and she stomped her feet angrily. At the side, Han Jiangxue finally had a smile on her face and gently kicked Jiang Zhao's shoe to stop the fight. Chapter 587. By the time Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue, and Xia Yin arrived at the Star Pet Amusement Park, it was already 16 p.m. However, even then, the entrance of the Star Pet Amusement Park was still crowded with people and vehicles. The Star Pet Amusement Park was located at the edge of the southern suburbs of Edo City, which was barely considered to be in the city. However, it was filled with greenery and looked like a natural scene. A deep forest rose from the ground at the edge of the city. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. It was said that the dense forest was built by star warriors. Without a doubt, Jiang Shao was a celebrity. At least, given the current popularity of the World Cup, Jiang Zhao's reputation was terrifying. Hence, the 3 of them had no choice but to be fully geared up with baseball caps and masks. "Oh, colorful duck." Even though she was wearing a mask, Xia Yan's voice did not sound dull. She stood outside the gate and pointed excitedly at the huge, colorful duck in the square inside the gate. The duck statue was at least 10 meters tall, and its entire body was pieced together by 4 squares. The square on its head was orange, the square on its body was yellow, and the 2 squares on its legs were light blue and green. The square-shaped colorful duck was like a tank that lay on the ground and sent a message to Jiang Shao. Gaudy. The 3 of them queued for a while, and Good soon walked over with a stack of tickets and distributed them to them. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's suggestions were both rejected by Han Jiangxue. When they were at the cafe, Han Jiangxue personally went to another private room and explained the situation to the 6 bodyguards. Then they arrived. Jiang Shao swore that it was only because of Han Jiangxue. If Jiang Shao were to communicate with the bodyguards, he would probably be kidnapped back to the hotel. As Star Warriors, the procedures to enter the amusement park were a little complicated, but the bodyguards were responsible for the registration and other trivial matters. Everyone entered the amusement park, and the bodyguards dispersed under the gaze of the huge duck. They were dressed in casual clothes when they went out, so they could blend in with the crowd. Xia Yin dragged Han Jiangxue to the bottom of the colorful duck and got Jiang Shao to take a photo. However, the 2 of them were wearing hats and masks. Forget it. I'll just take it as a souvenir." After walking past the huge duck, a wide road appeared in front of them. At the end of the road was a deep mountain forest. On both sides of the road were small shops selling snacks and all kinds of astral pet peripheral products. The three of them looked around. Xia Yin took a fancy to many trinkets, but Han Jiangxue didn't seem to be interested. They passed through the commercial street, and finally, at the end of the commercial street, at the entrance of the deep forest, there was a row of shops. The second house guarding treasure had appeared. If the rainbow diamond duck was the main star beast of the amusement park, then the first area was the home of the wind chimes. Jiang Xiao saw many children laughing and crying in front of the shop. He also saw their parents smiling or looking helpless. As a brass-quality star beast, the wind chimes had become a peripheral product due to the fact that they were easy to carry, harmless, and adorable. There were piles and piles of wind chimes hanging in these shops. Even from far away, the crowd could hear the soft chimes. "I want this," Xia Yin exclaimed. Jiang Xiao turned around and glanced at Xia Yin, thinking, "You rich second-generation heir, go ahead and buy it. Who can stop you? Xiaopi, buy this for me," Xia Yin added when she saw that Jiang Xiao was unmoved. Jiang Xiao scratched his head, but he ended up scratching his cap. He looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "I'll buy one for you too." Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "I don't have time to take care of it." Xia Yin said, "It doesn't need to be taken care of. It says." Xia Yin took out the Chinese manual and read it aloud. "It doesn't need to eat. As long as there's star power, it will be able to survive. There's no place in this world without star power." Jiang Xiao dragged Han Jiangxue into a shop. He could pay using his mobile phone, and he still had more than 400,000 yuan in his card. However, the price of the wind chimes gave Jiang Xiao a great shock. A brass-quality star beast that did not even have any star techniques and could not even produce star beads was actually sold for 1,500 yuan in Chinese dollars. It's a robbery. Can't I just go to the dimensional space myself? But it's said that the wind chimes are a specialty of the North Island of Japan and are strictly controlled by the country. They're not open to the public. Jiang Xiao grimaced in distress and bought two. The middle-aged man smiled and handed 2 white ropes to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was a little bewildered and pulled them back. 2 golden and pink wind chimes were pulled out from the curtains behind the counter with their mouths open and eyes shut. "Uncle, these 2 are the same color. Give me another one," Jiang Xiao said in English. Simple English communication was not a problem since he was selling goods here. The middle-aged man nodded and pulled out another rope from the counter. He placed it in front of Jiang Xiao and said, "The body is only pink. There are many colors for the bells." Squeak, 2 golden and pink bells floated in the air. Their black eyes were extremely small and were almost turning into 2 dots. They pursed their lips and looked at Jiang Xiao curiously. "You don't have to change," Han Jiangxue suddenly said. "No, I like this one." Xia Yin looked at the 2 wind chimes floating above her head, and her heart was about to melt. "Okay." Jiang Xiao turned around and walked out of the shop while holding onto the thin rope. The middle-aged man said in a strange English, "Don't tear off the sticker." Squeak, Yao Yao's body tilted to one side, and the little bell on her head emitted a faint sound as it was pulled out. Be gentler, slower," Xia Yin said with a pained expression. Standing in front of the shop, Jiang Xiao grabbed onto the thin rope and pulled down the 2 wind chimes that were floating in the air. The 2 little guys had round bodies that were the size of baseballs and were light pink in color. There were 2 small eyes and a small mouth on their round bodies. There was also a small golden bell hanging on their heads. As their bodies swayed from side to side, the small bell would also swing around, but the sound it made was very soft. Jiang Xiao reckoned that such a crisp sound could only be produced when a large group of them were gathered together. There was also a small bell at the bottom of their round bodies. The thin rope was tied to the small bell below. Moreover, there was a barcode on the bell at the bottom. "I'm Kong Kong." Jiang Xiao pulled the 2 baseballs in front of him and looked at them. The sudden appearance of the large face frightened the 2 wind chimes so much that they closed their eyes and pouted their lips. They tried their best to float backward, but the thin rope was tied to the bells below them. Hence, the 2 little guys had nowhere to run. "Here, this is for you." Jiang Xiao handed one of them to Xia Yin. "This is the most pink one." "Wow, Xia Yin hurriedly grabbed it and reached out to touch the small face of the wind chimes, only to feel that it was soft and fluffy like a fur ball. Jiang Shao gestured for her to raise her hand and tie the rope of the other wind chimes around her fair and tender wrist. He then tied a bow on it. The length of the rope was just right. Her arm hung down naturally, and the wind chimes floated 20 centimeters above her head. "Let's go." Jiang Shao gestured to the entrance of the forest, and the elated Xia Yin fell silent this time. She rubbed the soft and fluffy body of the wind chimes and followed Jiang Zhao's footsteps. On the other hand, Jiang Shao simply looked at the miserable wind chimes in the hands of the she-devil with a pitiful gaze. Squeak, ring, ring, ring. After walking for a long time, Xia Yin vaguely heard some sounds and hurriedly looked up, only to discover that there were wind chimes floating everywhere in the forest. There were red, blue, black, white, red, yellow. There were all kinds of colors except for the pink ones. It seems that only the pink ones are sold. As the breeze blew through the forest, a group of wind chimes drifted together and emitted pleasant sounds. The small mouths of the wind chimes were making soft, squeaking sounds that drifted happily with the wind. Ka-cha! Jiang Shao held onto his mobile phone and took a picture of Han Jiangshue's side profile. Although she was wearing a cap and a mask, her beautiful eyes were even more prominent. She looked up at the wind chimes that were swaying with the wind in the deep forest, and there was a hint of haziness in her pitch-black eyes. Jiang Shao couldn't help but snap a picture of the scene. The scenery here was monotonous, and it was just an ordinary forest. However, the wind chimes of different colors had become embellishments. "Huh, that's different. That's a Ryukyu doll," Xia Yin suddenly said while pointing at the sky. Jiang Shao took a closer look and said, "That's a Ryukyu doll. It's hanging on the wind chimes and floating together." Xia Yin muttered. Xia Yin suddenly felt like she had been deceived. With a smile on her lips, Han Jiangxue followed Jiang Shao and circled around the forest. Finally, there were fewer tourists. The three of them remained silent along the way. They breathed in the fresh air and smelled the fragrance of the soil, after which they felt much better. When they were about to reach the exit of the wind chimes forest, they had no choice but to return to the main road. However, the equipment at the exit made Han Jiangshue's heart tense up. "Railroad? Mining cart? Roller coaster?" Han Jiangxue said worriedly. "Wind chimes," Jiang Shao said. "Just hold it in your arms. It's fine. Look at how Xia Yin mistreated it, but it's still fine. Caress. This is caress. Who mistreated it?" Xia Yin couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao. The wind chimes squeaked while squeaking. Squeak, squeak. Xia Yin carefully held the wind chimes with both hands, fearing that the wind chimes would blow it away when they got on the bus. Wavering Belle's small black eyes turned, and through the slender fingers, she saw her companion. It saw that its companion was gently pulled down, and Han Jiangxue stretched her fingers out to gently touch the bell on its head. Its companion even squinted happily. The wind chimes couldn't help but float up and push against Xia Yan's palm. Xia Yan opened her palm and looked at the wind chimes that was swaying its head. She hurriedly reacted and gently touched the golden bell on its head. Squeak! The two wind chimes squinted happily, causing Jiang Shao to be stunned. Is this thing like touching a dog's head? Even dogs feel especially comfortable. Chapter 588. Jiang Shao strode forward and rubbed Xia Yan's head. Let's go, let's go. It's time to board the train." Xia Yan said, "Okay." After queuing for a while, the three of them boarded a train, fastened their seat belts, and embarked on a train journey of nearly 8,000 meters. As the train drove into the depths of the forest, Jiang Shao and the others were really dazzled. There were plump mushrooms everywhere, some of which could even grow to a height of 5 or 6 meters. It had simply become a mushroom forest. Although they were motionless and looked like giant mushrooms, the manual stated that they were all star beasts. Anyway, Jiang Shao didn't see them moving around, so he simply treated it as a botanical landscape, especially the giant red-spotted mushrooms that looked like open umbrellas. It was especially magical. However, What really made Jiang Xiao dumbfounded was the fact that he saw many sparkling flowers in the mushroom forest. All of them were laughing like fishermen's hats. Due to the fact that the speed of the roller coaster was not fast, there was even a flower that floated up from the back of the train and into the roller coaster. The flower did not have a root, nor did it have a face or limbs. It was not anthropomorphic and was just a flower that was in full bloom. However, it should be able to sense things. Just like a hat, it covered everyone's heads. It had 7 or 8 thick petals that were emitting colorful rays of light. There was star power flowing continuously in the nearly transparent skin of the petals. When the roller coaster slowly came to a stop, everyone in the train took pictures of Jiang Xiao. It couldn't be helped. The flower hat eventually landed on Jiang Xiao's cap and stopped floating. The colorful thick petals were glistening slightly, and star power flowed around them. There were actually some starlight emitting from the stamen. Jiang Xiao couldn't stand the flashing lights and hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, got off the train, and left. As Jiang Xiao walked, the petals emitted starlight along the way, making him feel refreshed. As soon as Jiang Xiao walked to the exit of the fence, he was stopped by the staff, who gestured to the flower on his head. The staff member yelled, %yen hashtag at hashtag yen. However, Jiang Xiao couldn't understand Japanese at all. Seeing this, the staff member repeated in English, "You can't leave. Sir, this is a unique creature that belongs to our scenic area. You have to put it down." "No, I leave whenever I want to," Jiang Xiao replied. "I'm a flower that walks freely." Staff Han Jiangxue, who was chasing after him, took off the flower hat and handed it to the staff. In the end, the staff didn't manage to catch it, and the thick petal bounced off and landed on Jiang Xiao's head again. Jiang Xiao was speechless. The staff member stepped forward, grabbed the colorful petal with both hands, and pulled it down again. Jiang Xiao said, "Look, it likes me. Our souls resonate, and it recognizes my point of view. We can walk freely. Hey, don't push me. I can walk freely." Han Jiangxue pushed and shoved Jiang Xiao out of the exit. Jiang Xiao was amazed too. It was the same during the National League previously. Xiang Chimo's pet parrot also flapped its wings and used his head as a nest. Do I really attract bees and butterflies like this? Or is it because of my special star map and special type of star power? Ling ling, squeak, squeak, the 2 bells that were released again actually shook their heads and danced. Their bodies floated up and down, and there was even a slight rhythm to their round bodies. What was even more infuriating was that they were staring at Jiang Xiao with their beady black eyes, and the bells on their heads were swinging in the same direction. "Are you two mocking me?" Jiang Xiao's hands were filled with the light of blessing, and he grabbed the 2 strings and pulled them down. He then reached out to touch them. Squeak, squeak, the 2 little guys squinted and made soft sounds with their tiny mouths. Next, the 2 floating bells actually crashed. They fell straight down from the sky. Have you fainted from blessing? You can't even take a little blessing? I haven't even exerted any strength, and you've already fallen? Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin got a great shock and lifted the strings up, fearing that the 2 little guys would really fall to the ground. Holding the bells in her hand, Han Jiangxue shot Jiang Xiao a reproachful glance, while Xia Yin couldn't help but kick them. Dodge! After walking across a spacious wooden bridge, Jiang Xiao and the others heard the sounds of children laughing and playing. The 3 of them quickened their steps and walked out of the forest, only to see that there was a lake at the foot of the hill. On the surface of the lake, there were many rainbow ducks. On the backs of the ducks, there were tourists sitting in 2s and 3s. There was even a guardrail on the backs of the ducks. This was a genuine water duck boat. The main star beast of the amusement park had finally appeared. Everything after that was simple. They could either spend money to ride the duck cubes down the river, or they could walk to the next scenic spot without spending money, of course. The 3 of them boarded a duck boat. The backs of the colorful ducks were very large. They were 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. They were hard and seemed to be made of wood. Jiang Xiao secretly marveled at how magical the creator was. When Jiang Xiao touched the bells just now, his internal star map gave him information about the weak creatures that didn't have any star techniques. Of course, Jiang Xiao couldn't absorb them as star pets. Although the ducks and the flower were of brass quality. They weren't particularly weak star beasts. Hence, there was no option for him to absorb them as star pets. For example, although the white ghouls were also of brass quality, they had a certain level of strength. Hence, Jiang Shao couldn't directly absorb them as star pets. Jiang Shao stood up and carefully studied its square head, which was also cuboid. A small part of its body was embedded in the square body, while its long head extended out. There was an eye on each side of its head. This thing can only look at two sides, right? How can it look forward? Jiang Shao placed one hand on its head and looked in the direction of the ducks swimming in the lake. Under his palm, the square head of the duck suddenly turned around, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. The square eyes stared blankly at the three people on its back. Then it turned its head back. Huh, there are fish, Xia Yin suddenly said. Jiang Shao looked down, only to see shadows floating in the clear lake. Slowly, a group of silver-white fish suddenly leaped out of the water and drew a perfect arc. When they approached the apex, their stomachs suddenly expanded and inflated like puffer fish. Two small star power wings appeared on both sides of their round stomachs, flapping as they floated forward in the air. No, they weren't floating forward. They were looking for a target. The ducks on the lake were all surrounded by the silver ball fish floating in the air. It seemed to be one of the must-have activities. Uft! The ball fish sprayed water droplets into the air, after which its round body deflated and it fell back into the water again. Han Jiangxue hurriedly hugged the bells in her arms. God was her witness. She almost blew all the fish away with a gust of barren wind, screams, and laughter, accompanied by the sound of water splashing and splashing, lingered in the clear and transparent lake. The ducks swam steadily on the water and slowly reached the shore. Jiang Shao knocked on the duck's head and leaped down. Then, like the others, he was stopped by a group of pigs. A group of adorable pigs with big noses and a circle of cotton around their necks. But then again, do they have necks? At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the three of them walked out of the last forest under the watchful eyes of a group of floating lanterns. After the staff checked and confirmed that there was no problem with the bell, they finally walked out of the Star Beast amusement park. Xia Yin bought a bag of Star Beast accessories, keychains, and small dolls, but it was obvious that she liked the bells the most. Jiang Shao also saw the faint smile on Han Jiangshue's face. Regardless of the impact of the trip to the Star Beast amusement park on Jiang Zhao's condition, Han Jiangxue should have felt much better physically and mentally. The arduous training, intense competition schedule, and tense emotions. Perhaps she really needed such relaxation. Perhaps Jiang Shao would be forced to watch the competition videos tonight and work overtime to study his opponents. However, to Jiang Shao, it was worth it since the trip had such an effect on Han Jiangxue. In fact, such a dreamy journey had a great impact on Jiang Shao. At the moment they came out of the Star Beast amusement park, Jiang Shao even felt that the world was a little surreal. Under the same sky, people's lives were completely different. On the way back, Jiang Shao, who was sitting in the back seat of the bus, looked at his mobile phone silently. On the screen was a photo that Good had taken for him. It was in the last forest of the amusement park, under the night sky, where the small lanterns and star beasts were floating. The three of them took off their masks, and Jiang Shao, who was in the middle, smiled happily and made a peace sign. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin stood on either side of him, each holding a bell in their hands and smiling sweetly. A ringing bell drifted past Jiang Zhao's eyes. Beside him, Han Jiangxue leaned over and rested her head gently on Jiang Zhao's shoulder without saying a word. Xia Yin sat in the back seat and leaned against the window to take a nap. The string tied around her wrist was gradually straightened. Her bell chased after Han Jiangxue's bell and floated in the car. The two little fellows' heads were on the roof of the car, and the bell would ring softly from time to time as they chased each other and played. Jiang Shao shifted his gaze away from the mobile phone, turned around, and gently took off her cap. He then saw Han Jiangxue closing her eyes and taking a nap. He also saw her long, black hair cascading down her face. An idea popped up in Jiang Zhao's mind. How can I make her stop worrying and let her sleep peacefully like now? The goal that the two of them were striving for and the path that they were on seemed to have made everything seem like a luxury. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips, and after a long time, he lowered his head slightly and kissed her black hair gently. In her sleep, Han Jiangxue seemed to be a little displeased. She frowned slightly and nudged his cheek gently. Jiang Zhao turned around and looked at the brightly lit street outside the window. The flashing neon lights shone on his face and into his eyes, making them seem bright and dark. Chapter 589. June 22nd, 7:50 a.m. In Edo City. The national team checked into the hotel for the individual competition, and everyone took their seats in the small auditorium on the first floor of the hotel. There were only 21 contestants left in the individual competition, all of whom were the elites of the elites. Those who remained were undoubtedly of high standards. If the top 8 of the team competition was considered the final round, the top 21 of the individual competition could be considered the final round. There were 21 contestants from 14 countries. Among the 14 countries, there were a total of 8 from Europe. From this perspective, it could be seen where the powerhouses of this world were gathered. Of course, China had a total of 3 contestants in the top 21. In terms of the number of contestants, they were undoubtedly the leader. That was the result of the civil war between Xie Yin and Ember. Ember, who had been locked out of the top 21, had won every match in the past 4 days. It could be said that he was unstoppable. In the end, his global ranking was fixed at 22nd, which was a very good result. The intense competition schedule and Yu Fan's explosive performance in the past 4 days had brought glory to the country and his alma mater. It had also changed the evaluation of him in the country. Today, the national team was the most complete, and everyone was anxiously waiting for the results of the draw on the big screen. Jiang Zhao was no longer as condescending as he used to be. Humans were always like that. They were fearless because they were ignorant. When Jiang Zhao dug out the backgrounds of the other 20 contestants and studied them one by one, he discovered that there were many troublesome people among them. After all, there were really no weaklings among those who managed to survive until now. However, Jiang Zhao had a certain level of confidence. He didn't make it to the top 21 because he had fought his way to the top 21. His journey had been full of ups and downs. In particular, the battle with George Xing previously had indeed allowed Jiang Zhao to see what the real World Cup should be like. In terms of the current evaluation of Jiang Zhao's series of matches, Jiang Zhao's road to the World Cup was so valuable that it made people feel hopeless. Based on the opponents that Jiang Zhao had faced along the way, it didn't matter whether he would win or not. Whether he would survive or not would depend on his luck. Until now, most people no longer had any doubts about Jiang Zhao's abilities. They were all praising Jiang Zhao for being a genius, and the scarcity of star maps was precisely what made Jiang Zhao more hardworking. If you don't have enough star techniques, you can make up for it with techniques. Jiang Zhao once said in an interview, which was indeed regarded as a classic. His swordsmanship had been tested repeatedly and had been recognized by the officials and the public. Of course, there was already the theory that Jiang Zhao was a genius. Although he had very few star slots, he still had a few star techniques in one star map, which clearly made up for the loss of the number of star slots. The key was that sound of silence and the rift of space-time, which were extremely difficult to absorb, were also taken by Jiang Zhao. It could be seen that Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map was indeed an excellent auxiliary star map that was highly compatible with auxiliary star techniques. Of course, after careful calculation, it didn't seem to make up for it. There were only 12 star techniques in total. Blessing, Green Glow, Endurance, Bell, Imprint, Nostalgia, Dawn, Countercurrent Light, Sound of Silence, Space Gap, Tear Cleanse, and Wound Tears. Among them, the Imprint star technique was almost a decoration in a 1v1 competition. Fortunately, The parents of the toxic healer exchanged their lives for the high-quality star techniques, green glow, and endurance, which really increased Jiang Zhao's combat power. In the world competition, most of the contestants were in the galaxy stage, and none of them had broken through to the starfall stage. There were 16 available star slots in the galaxy stage. 16 star slots versus 12 star slots for Jiang Zhao. Everyone felt that the current stage should be the peak that Jiang Zhao could reach. It was also the strongest stage. After that, he would not be able to continue. As the strength of the Star Warriors increased and they entered the Starfall stage, the 24 available star slots would allow them to surpass the Toxic Healer again. That was a very interesting phenomenon. Ordinary Star Warriors might not even be able to get a recommendation letter from the school, or they might have been stuck in their positions for half their lives. In fact, they might not even be able to advance to the Galaxy stage and could only use 8 star slots. However, when facing Jiang Zhao, they would feel a sense of superiority. Their disdainful attitude and sense of superiority, well, they were indeed very interesting. As the World Cup progressed, Jiang Zhao became the focus of attention. Many people had already begun to come up with ideas for Jiang Zhao, hoping that his 9th star slot would not absorb star pets. If he gave up on star pets and chose to absorb star techniques instead, he would be lucky enough to absorb 2 star techniques in 1 star slot through the special Big Dipper star map. That would allow him to make up for the lack of star slots. With 13 or 14 star techniques, he would be able to match the number of star slots of the most mediocre Star Warriors. Jiang Zhao had also seriously considered such a proposal, but he still wanted a powerful star pet. Jiang Zhao was very clear about his own position because he had the latest version of the ointment software on his mobile phone. Jiang Zhao knew that he was just a support. Although he was dominating in the individual competitions, that was only the specialty of the individual competitions. He had to participate in the one-on-one battles. However, Jiang Zhao had experienced real wars, and he knew what the role of the combat awakened and the rules awakened were on the battlefield. Compared to the battle-type Star Warrior, Jiang Zhao was more willing to be a supporting member. He wanted to be a father, and when necessary, he could also be a commander and make the team members his blades. On the battlefield, Jiang Zhao had once kicked out in a flash and ended the battle. Second last, who dashed towards Khan Kijinda, was the best example of a blade. Being able to advance and retreat was not a necessary quality for Jiang Zhao, but it was just a plus for him. Jiang Zhao felt that the configuration of his star techniques was very reasonable. As long as he practiced them to the extreme, he would be able to deal with any situation. He wanted a star pet that was compatible with him and could accompany him in battles. As for the template of the star pet, of course it was second last, high output, high defense, high agility, high perception. Just the thought of it was exciting. Well, it would be even better if a future pet could be ridden. Baishan Shuiyu was actually very ideal, but for the sake of cooperating with second last team, Jiang Zhao did not have to get the same pet as her. In the category of star pets, it would be good for the team members to have different pet attributes and star techniques. After all, they didn't know what kind of battlefield situation they would face in the future. Another reason that made Jiang Zhao focus on obtaining star pets was, of course, the godly technique, decoy. As the quality of the bait increased, it turned from a phantom into a physical body. Then, it turned from a physical body that could be destroyed with a single slash to a real body that would not shatter unless its vital parts were hit. Then, it turned from a real body to a clone that could communicate telepathically. According to such an evolutionary trend, Jiang Zhao had enough reason to believe that high-quality decoy would eventually unfold a star map. Do you want to take the path of output, battle, assassinate, defend, fight, or rules awakened of various types? Of course, the decoy would be the one to go. They could form their own system and also integrate into Jiang Zhao's team. If second last can't find a suitable team member, maybe she's waiting for the decoy to mature? While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao felt a commotion. There were only 21 contestants, and the lot drawing ceremony was carried out very quickly. In the fourth group, Ho Mingming's image appeared in the first position with the red star flag fluttering high. Ho Mingming was as stable as an old dog and still maintained the average speed record for the individual competition. She was also the only contestant who still dared to shout, "Let's welcome the next victim," during the 6th round of the lot drawing ceremony. However, the victim that was matched was a little strong. The young man had a head of black hair and was holding the Tang sword in his hand horizontally in front of him. There were cherry blossoms surrounding the handle of the sword. He was one of the hosts and recognized as one of the top 4 contestants. He was a mixed-blood Chinese, the rainbow sword god, and the captain of the national team, Nobuyuki Saito. Jiang Xiao thought to himself that he was probably one of the few contestants who could restrain Ho Mingming in the list of 21. Before the previous competition, Jiang Xiao answered Wan Ming's question about Ho Mingming's speed when he was interviewed by Wan Ming and Yi Xuanyang. Without a doubt, Saito Nobuyuki was the spokesperson of speed in this World Cup. This competition would really test Ho Mingming's melee combat standards. Ordinary contestants would be shot full of holes before they could even get close to Ho Mingming. In the previous competition, the goddess of the hunt also tried to shoot arrows at each other. After a long while, she finally tried to engage in melee combat. However, she was still a little too slow, and Ho Mingming seized the opportunity to shoot a few arrows. Saito Nobuyuki probably wouldn't give Ho Mingming any chance to react. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked to the left. Ho Mingming was leaning against the back of the chair with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She stared at the big screen and humphed coldly. At the next moment, Ho Mingming actually turned around and met Jiang Xiao's gaze. Jiang Xiao blinked. Ho Mingming's eyes were filled with regret as she stared at Jiang Xiao for a full 5 seconds. In the end, Jiang Xiao looked up at the big screen and she finally retracted her gaze. There were only 10 groups in total, and one of them had a bye. When Jiang Xiao appeared in Group 9, he had an ominous premonition, and this premonition soon became reality. When Jiang Xiao appeared in the first and second positions, the 3 characters switched rapidly. The small auditorium was silent as everyone looked at the big screen nervously and prayed that fate would not play a joke on them. Ding. The second position was locked on, and the red star flag fluttered high in the air. Xiaoyan tore his black boxing belt and entered everyone's field of vision. F*CKU. Jiang Xiao held his forehead with one hand and could not help but curse. The small auditorium was terrifyingly quiet. Xiaoyan was fighting continuously in the Chinese Civil War. The pressure he had to bear when he had to send off his teammates was immense. Regardless of who sent off Jiang Xiao or Xiaoyan, there would definitely be a bloodbath in the Chinese public opinion. If he won against his teammates, he would definitely have to win in the subsequent competitions. On one hand, he carried the hopes of his teammates. On the other hand, if he lost, he would definitely be dug up and beaten. In fact, encountering Xiaoyan was not the worst option. If things really went as Ho Mingming wished, and Jiang Xiao fought against Ho Mingming, if Jiang Xiao won by a fluke, there would really be no turning back for Jiang Xiao. Once Jiang Xiao defeated Ho Mingming, who was the most likely to win the world championship, he would be judged by the public if he made any mistakes in the future competitions. In that case, it would not be the world owes Ho Mingming a world championship, but Jiang Xiao owes Ho Mingming a world championship. The small auditorium was dead silent. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoyan actually stood up. In the first 5 rounds of the competition, Xiaoyan remained indifferent regardless of the opponent he drew, even if he drew his teammate Ember. But this time, Xiaoyan walked over from the back of the auditorium and stood in front of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked up at Xiaoyan and shifted to the side. Xiaoyan did not sit down and instead said calmly, "Don't hold back." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Xiaoyan said, "Don't be distracted by any words." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyan stared at Jiang Xiao and said, "Respect the Star Warrior profession and me. Do your best to win. Determine the winner and loser. If necessary, fight to the death. Only the stronger person will be qualified to wear this uniform and enter the next round," Xiaoyan continued. Xie Yin then turned around and left. Jiang Shao frowned. Xie Yin was definitely not a flamboyant person. Why did he have to say those words in public? Jiang Shao was stunned. Xie Yin had experienced a civil war before, and he fought against Ember in the previous round. In that case, are there any secrets about the competition between the two of them? Or is Jiang Shao thinking too much? Xie Yin simply wanted a real battle to the death, and not a sparring match under pressure and public opinion. Chapter 590. Jiang Shao might have been thinking too much. From the time he drew the lots yesterday to the time he boarded the plane to Chiu City, Kimchi City, until he woke up for breakfast this morning, no one came to disturb him. No one said anything to him. It seemed that Xie Yin only said those words because he wanted to have a real match with Jiang Shao again. Their match was scheduled for the second match in the morning. Due to the fact that there were only 10 teams left, there were only 2 matches in the Chiu City Stadium today. The two host countries each fought for 2 matches. Japan seemed to be stronger and got an extra match, which was also the most important one. Ho Mingming versus Saito Nobuyuki. The match between the two of them would be held in Japan's capital, Edo City, and there would only be 1 match in the entire venue. In the 6th round of the top 21, the lucky person who got a bye was the contestant from the Kimchi Nation, Jin Pingchong. So, it was hard to say which of the 2 hosts was stronger. There were only 21 people left. Of course, there was a high chance that the lucky winner would get a bye. In the previous few rounds, the players who got a bye were all players from Africa and Europe. Now that there was an Asian player, it was understandable. However, the words of the leader of the Chinese national team before the start of the World Cup were very accurate. There might be players who get a bye in every round, but it definitely won't be you. The truth. Compared to Xie Yin, Jiang Shao was considered better. Xie Yin was suffering. He could forget about getting a bye, but the problem was that he still had to fight against each other continuously. It was almost like an internal selection for the national team. Hence, Xie Yin had already defeated Ember. If he defeated Jiang Shao in this match, would he have the chance to wear the national team's uniform and participate in the World Cup? After some staff changes at CCTV television station, Yi Xuanyang and her new colleague, Ma Ku, rushed to Chiu City to do a live broadcast for Jiang Shao and Xie Yin. In fact, as the top new anchor in the field of Star Warriors, Yi Xuanyang should have gone to Edo City to broadcast a match between the national team captain and Ho Mingming. However, Yi Xuanyang obviously wanted to report on Jiang Zhao's match more. As for Yi Xuanyang's golden partner, the other host, Wan Ming, because he had made 3 consecutive announcements in the previous competition, his excited voice had been sent to every corner of the world and into every household in Huaxia. So Wan Ming had been given an honorable position. However, his excitement was understandable. Even the entire Chinese people could understand. Therefore, the station did not seem to have given him too much punishment. The so-called standby was just a suspension of the following broadcasts. He was not fired by Mother Yang. The station only said that the host, Wan Ming, needed some time to settle down. They believed that he would be able to return. CCTV TV station. CCTV television station. This is the Chiu Region Stadium. Welcome to our live broadcast of the 6th round of the World Cup individual competition. I'm your host, Ma Ku. The male host, Ma Ku, raised his voice. He seemed to be excited by the atmosphere. I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. Since the two of them did not have a live broadcast, Yi Xuanyang patted Ma Ku's arm gently and reminded his new colleague to try his best to control his emotions. Yi Xuanyang could tell from Ma Ku's state that he was very excited. Ma Ku had also revealed in private that he was a hardcore toxic milk powder. Ma Ku felt that he had reached the peak of his career by being able to commentate on the final round of the toxic milk powder. Yi Xuanyang still hoped that Ma Ku could broadcast a few more matches with him. If he was given an honorable position because of the 3 consecutive announcements, Yi Xuanyang would cry to death. Who could bear to change a colleague for 1 match? There's a price to pay for broadcasting the toxic milk powder competition. What will the public say? Mother Yang's number 1 sister, Yi Xuanyang, jinxes her husband, jinxes her colleague. After broadcasting a few matches of the toxic milk powder, she was finally poisoned by the toxic milk powder. Who would be poisoned? The problem was that the host was really proud of this kind of national competition. It was impossible for him not to be biased and excited. So, I believe in the professionalism of CCTV's host. Besides, with the previous example, Maka should be able to commentate a few more matches. Maka continued. Today, there will be two groups of contestants fighting fiercely on this field. The first group, at 8 o'clock, is the captain of the Nation of Will, known as the Shield of Europe, Neil Muller, against the fire mage Jordan Smith of the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun. This match is known as the match with the strongest output and the strongest defense in this World Cup. Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, I don't think it's the strongest output. The international media seems to have consciously ignored some of the conditions. If it's the strongest output in the entire system, the Chinese queen would be the first to disagree. If it's the strongest output in Europe, the captain of the Kingdom of the North should have something to say. Maka chuckled and said, That's true. If we show some respect to our foreign media colleagues, we can consider Jordan Smith as the best fire mage in the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun. After all, the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun only has one contestant left, Juliet Mo Luan, whom they think is the most likely to advance to the quarterfinals, was sent off by Jiang Xiaopi in the second round of the competition. Yi Xuanyang almost laughed out loud, but she forced herself to hold it in. Yi Xuanyang continued. However, the captain of the Nation of Will, Neil Muller, is known as the strongest shield in Europe. In terms of title, the strongest fire mage from the Unsetting Sun seems to be a few levels lower. Maka nodded and said, The title of the Shield of Europe is real. The captain of a Nation of Will, Neil Muller, is an internationally recognized player who will advance to the quarterfinals. With his huge shield and heavy hammer, he has gained widespread recognition throughout Europe. Until today, it seems that no one has been able to completely tear apart his defense. The violent fire mage and the steady shield. I can imagine that this match will be particularly exciting. Yi Xuanyang echoed him and continued. The second round of the competition will also be a focal battle. It can be said that everyone has their eyes on it. The legendary support from our country, the medical awakened star warrior Jiang Xiaopi, who is known as the Toxic Healer, will be up against our country's battle mage, Xie Yan. Maka said, Everyone is watching to see how far Jiang Xiaopi can go. Compared to Jiang Xiaopi's opponents in the previous rounds, Xie Yan should be able to rank in the upper middle of Jiang Xiaopi's opponent list. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly said, Since ancient times, melee fighters have always been in the Central Plains. Xie Yan and the melee fighter of the Xiangnan army in the neighboring team competition have once again confirmed this fact. Both of them are from the Central Plains of our country. Maka suddenly said, Hey, Xuanyang, Jiang Xiaopi has many titles, such as Terminator of the Gods, Conqueror of the Captain. This time, Xie Yan, who is relatively low-key, doesn't seem to have any special titles. Yi Xuanyang was taken aback. They're both players from our country. Even if you're a die-hard toxic healer, you can't be so biased in your commentary. Why? Do you still want to give the title of China's captain to Xie Yan, so that the toxic healer can unleash his full strength? Yi Xuanyang continued. When the two of them were in the national team's internal qualifiers, they had a match in the quarterfinals round. Although the national team didn't reveal too much, the result of that match was the toxic healer's victory. After the toxic healer won, he didn't participate in the next round of the competition. In the end, the team's ranking was fixed at the 8th place. You can imagine that defeating a player like Xie Yan has to pay a terrible price. Yi Xuanyang's guess was completely off the mark. At that time, Jiang Xiao broke through to the Galaxy River realm in the arena, and Xie Yan directly left the arena and gave up on the competition. The reason why Jiang Zhao's ranking was fixed at the 4th place and he didn't participate in the subsequent competitions was also because he was summoned by the Guardians of the Night to go abroad to kick someone. Great! Maka suddenly exclaimed. The students from both sides have entered the arena. The first round is about to begin. Don't leave, audience. It'll be more exciting after the advertisement. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was waiting in the changing room. Previously, he shared the same lounge with Ho Mingming, but this time, because the contestants of the same nationality were going against each other, the competition authorities deliberately separated the two of them. Jiang Xiao felt that it was unnecessary. Xie Yin was a taciturn person who wouldn't get in the way as long as he didn't provoke him. While Jiang Xiao was thinking about Xie Xiaohei, a long whistle sounded from the television hanging on the wall in front of him. Jiang Xiao hurriedly looked up and saw that it was the nation of Will's strongman, Neil Muller, who was 9 meters tall. He was wearing a black and white national team uniform with black, red, and yellow stripes on his chest that formed an abstract totem of an eagle spreading its wings. With a wave of his left hand, a huge kite shield, the upper part was oval and the lower part was gradually sharpened, forming an inverted triangle, was erected in front of him. In his right hand, a huge long-handled warhammer suddenly appeared. The shaft was longer and the hammer was even larger. The giant hammer was raised high, and as soon as he raised his hand, a cluster of stars fell. European shield, strong attack. The rising sun fire technique, quick defense. Jiang Xiao had a strange expression on his face. Who the hell was the shield, and who was the body? 3 o'clock tomorrow. In addition, there was a book, Plague Doctor, a new work by Wally. The quality was guaranteed. Those who were interested could give it a try. Chapter 591. Today, 3 a.m., 12, 17, 20. Please get some tickets. I thought that Jordan was fixing the competition, but now I realize that he's really a noob, Jiang Xiao muttered as he watched the competition. Ahem. Fang Xingyun, who was drinking mineral water at the side, couldn't help but cough when he heard Jiang Xiao's words. How could there still be noobs in the top 16? The problem was that the Shield of Europe was simply too strong. The contestants who were guaranteed to advance to the quarterfinals and the quarterfinals seemed to be only one round apart. But in fact, there seemed to be a qualitative difference in strength. The captain of the Willpower Nation was indeed worthy of his reputation. The 3 stripes printed on the front of his national uniform resembled an abstract eagle spreading its wings. It was really fitting. The fire mage from the kingdom of the unsetting sun was really being suppressed by the captain of the Willpower Nation, Neil. Neil, who was as strong and sturdy as a tank, was surrounded by 2 red stars. One was crimson, which meant that his resistance to Fire Series star techniques had been greatly enhanced. The other was dark red, which meant that his speed attribute had been strengthened. Whoosh! The captain of the Willpower Nation raised his dark golden hammer again, and a star fell on his body. The star was gray and orbited around his body in an orderly manner, just like the previous 2 stars. On the arena, Jordan, who was covered in flames, had a change of expression. At the same time, Jiang Xiao, who was in the locker room, was also secretly astonished. The gray star represented that the Shield of Europe was about to attack. Jiang Xiao had studied the star technique of the captain of the Willpower Nation before. The gray star represented recoil, which had a certain recoil effect on the enemy's close-range attacks. He added speed, fire resistance, and recoil. What is he going to do? Of course, he's going to stick to his face. Captain Neil held the shield in his left hand, and a dark golden luster lit up all of a sudden. He then pushed it forward fiercely. At the next moment, the huge dark golden kite shield actually carried him across a small part of the green field and crashed towards the fire mage of the unsetting sun city, Jordan. Jordan stretched out his hands, and concretized fire phoenixes flew out one after another, emitting ear-piercing cries as they flew towards the rampaging Neil. Neil didn't care at all. His shield smashed through the phoenixes one after another. His eyes narrowed, and as he charged forward, he swung the hammer in his right hand, causing a shower of stars to fall from the sky. Ding, ding, ding. Before the dazzling star could land on Jordan, it was blocked by a burning cloud of fire above his head. Xiao Deng flicked his fingers, and the ground beneath Neil's feet shattered as a massive fire phoenix charged out, interrupting Neil's advance and sending him flying into the sky. Jordan's eyes lit up. With a flick of his long hair, 5 pillars of fire suddenly surged out of the ground and engraved themselves on the spot where Neil had fallen. This seems to be a formation. Due to inertia, Neil should have fallen into it. However, he suddenly withdrew the shield in front of him and swung the heavy hammer in his right hand. As the heavy hammer smashed down, illusory hammers flew out one after another, all aimed at Jordan. Jordan's expression changed drastically. He could withstand the stars, but he definitely didn't dare to take on the heavy hammer. Jordan quickly flew away from his original spot, and at the same time, the Wind Series star technique surged out of his hand. He then pressed his palm down forcefully, seemingly trying to push Neil into the array of fire pillars. Neil, who was falling from the sky, once again pushed the kite shield forward. Can he actually exert force in the air for a second time? Neil did not fall into the array as expected. Instead, he drew a straight line in the air and dashed towards Jordan again. Bang! 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 At the same time, the phantom heavy hammer that he had previously thrown out hit the grassy lawn, causing 4 large pits to appear and the soil to fly everywhere. Every hammer seemed to have smashed into the hearts of the audience. Jordan hurriedly dodged. In the air, he could freely change his direction, but Neil's shield collision seemed to be a directional star technique that actually had a tracking effect. Even in the wind, Neil still moved forward resolutely. In desperation, Jordan had no choice but to use the more impactful phoenix to disrupt Neil's advance. At the next moment, Neil made a shocking move. The long-handled hammer in his right hand actually disappeared and transformed into a kite shield again, which he placed horizontally under his body. The huge phoenix drowned Neil, and in the ferocious flames, Neil held the shield in his left hand and flew out horizontally. The crimson stars that surrounded Neil were emitting a dazzling light, and the shield in his right hand turned into a heavy hammer again. Jordan stretched his hands forward, and a huge pillar of fire was blasted out. The crimson dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring and tearing at Neil's shield. The shield in Neil's hand lit up with a bright ray of light, and he actually plunged into the pillar of fire. The pillar of fire blasted on the shield, but could not push Neil's mighty and burly body away. Instead, it could only dissipate in all directions. Jordan finally couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't dodge it, and he couldn't blow it away. His unsetting sunfire technique was actually going to be forcefully attacked. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the arena. The flames burning on Jordan's body actually pieced together into the pattern of a fire phoenix. As the huge wings flapped, Jordan charged at Neil with indomitable will. The two of them were infinitely close, and there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Yi Xuanyang said, "Is the winner about to be decided? Did the unsetting sun fire technique choose the right one?" Maka said, "I think he, huh?" The earth-shattering collision that everyone had imagined did not occur. At the last moment, Xiao Deng's body suddenly tilted, allowing half of the fire phoenix's wings to submerge Neil. Xiao Deng's body that had fused with the fire phoenix also brushed past Neil. Watch out. Oh no. Jordan thought he would hear Neil moan in pain, but instead he heard the sound of a heavy hammer spinning and flying toward him. Bang! An illusory heavy hammer hit Jordan's shoulder heavily, directly blasting him to the ground. Jordan's body was like a cannonball as he was smashed into the deep pit with a loud bang. In the eyes of the audience, they saw a rotating heavy hammer directly smashing a huge fire phoenix. Sparks fell in all directions, accompanied by the wail of the phoenix. The scene was spectacular and extremely poignant. Damn it! Zhang Xiao jumped up from his chair. He's too tough. He's a real man. He's just like Wu Yao. Something doesn't seem right. Tough, ferocious, swaggering, rampaging. He would walk up to you step by step, and no matter how you resisted, you wouldn't be able to stop him from moving forward. Jordan failed again and again, and the process was the process of walking towards despair. Desperation could lead to a real outbreak. Jordan, who was in the deep pit, endured the pain of his right shoulder being smashed and his head feeling muddled as he clenched his left hand. Then, the cry of a phoenix rang out from the pit, echoing from all directions on the green field. Countless fiery phoenixes of different sizes suddenly gathered together and charged at Neil in a frenzy. Neil blocked the kite shield above his head and swung the heavy hammer in his right hand. This time, it was no longer an illusory heavy hammer. The heavy hammer tore apart the phoenixes one after another, drawing a high parabola in the air, directly smashing through the top of the 10-meter-tall iron cage. Then, it spun down, smashing through the iron cage once more and flew down. In the process of the heavy hammer falling, the body of the hammer suddenly swelled into a huge phantom. The huge phantom hammer was countless times the size of the main body, and it was even enough to completely cover the entire middle circle of the midfield. How big was the middle circle? It had to be at least 18 meters in diameter, right? What area was that? What kind of hammer was that? Boom! The football field completely exploded. Jiang Shao looked at the TV and grimaced. The Shield of Europe was most praised for his defense. But look at the output. This kind of person could only be punished by gods with special attributes like King of Sea Burial Bino or Juliet Mo Luoan. Jiang Shao realized a very serious problem. Did he help the Shield of Europe to wipe out all the control-type gods? What the F Astra CK? Am I a scavenger? Or a working emperor? If the captain of willpower wins the World Cup, half of the credit will go to me, right? The Shield of Europe was originally guaranteed to advance to the quarterfinals. Now, would he be fighting for the top spot? Ordinary attacks really couldn't break his defense. Only a warlock god could deal with him. Of course, among the remaining players, the captain of the Northland Kingdom seemed to have an explosive output. He might really be able to break Captain Neil's defense. As for the others, beep beep, beep beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Nation of willpower, victory. The camera zoomed in. In a huge pit, the body of the player from the Unsetting Sun Kingdom was almost crushed. A group of medical awakened star warriors rushed over and hurriedly gave him treatment, but no one knew if he could be saved. The camera also turned and landed on Neil Muller. Neil waved his hand casually, and the dark golden shield and dark golden hammer disappeared. He clutched his country's uniform with both hands. His country's uniform was actually undamaged during the battle with the fire element magician. Captain Neil held his head high, and his stiff facial lines were cold and stern, giving off the vibe of an iron-blooded warrior. He grabbed the uniform with both hands and lifted it forward, revealing the eagle that was made up of black, red, and yellow stripes to the world. Mighty, domineering, Jiang Shao turned to look at Fang Xingyun, who was also secretly amazed. Sensing Jiang Zhao's gaze, he couldn't help but turn to look. Jiang Shao said, "Hurry up and say it. I'll fight him in the next round." Fang Xingyun was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "Hurry up and heal me. You said you couldn't hit George Starr, and he came. You said you couldn't hit Juliet, and she came. Now, I hope you can say that Jiang Xiaopi will fight Neil Muller in the next round." Fang Xingyun was speechless. Jiang Shao said, "Teacher Fang, just say it for my sake." Fang Xingyun rolled his eyes at Jiang Shao helplessly and said in a gentle voice, "You'll fight Neil Muller in the next round." Jiang Shao said, "By the way, I forgot a step. Say that I'll lose to Xie later." Fang Xingyun felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He wanted to smash Jiang Zhao's face with a platinum meteor. Don't think about fighting Xie. Just pack up and die now. Chapter 592. I'm adding more chapters for the Guild Master, who doesn't exist. There's another chapter at 8 o'clock p.m. Begging for monthly support. June 23rd, 2017, 9 o'clock a.m., Chuyu City Stadium. As the audience cheered, the contestants from both teams walked out of the players' tunnel. After a 20-minute warm-up, the two of them practiced on their respective benches. However, the staff of the substitutes from both teams were communicating a lot. There was also a rather strange situation at the scene. The team members who were supposed to be sitting on the substitutes' benches had already gathered together and seemed to be analyzing the possible situation of the competition. The host, Maku, asked, "Oh, we saw that the team members are all wearing the Chinese national team uniforms and gathered in the middle. That makes us think that this is a national team selection match." Yi Xuanyang sighed and said, "The coaches of both teams are really happy and harmonious. I really hope that such a scene will appear in the finals." Maku smiled and said, "They're from the same coaching team, aren't they?" Yi Xuanyang said helplessly, "I hope that the contestant from both teams can play well and show their standards. However, I can already imagine what kind of competition it will be." Maku paused for a while before immediately catching up with Yi Xuanyang's train of thought. He said, "Indeed, along the way, Xie Yan has faced several opponents who had a mental breakdown before their bodies suffer enough damage. That's an extremely special phenomenon." As for Jiang Xiaopi, Yi Xuanyang continued, "Jiang Xiaopi's star technique, Rain of Tears, is not to be trifled with. That will only make Xie Yan's injuries worse." Maku sighed deeply and continued, "This competition is a huge test of the mental state and mental endurance of the contestants from both sides. I hope that nothing goes wrong for the two contestants from our country. No matter who wins, I hope that the next round of competition will not be affected. After all, during the national team's internal selection match, Jiang Xiaopi gave up on the semifinals after fighting with Xie Yan. Hence, his ranking was fixed at the 4th place." Beep beep. The referee whistled and Jiang Xiaopi walked into the cage with Xie Yan while carrying his giant sword. The intense and exciting trash-talking segment was unusually dull. Xie Yan stood there motionlessly, lowering his head and tidying up his black boxing belt. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's giant sword was stabbed deep into the ground, and his elbow was resting on the connection between the blade and the handle. He looked at Xie Yan from afar, seemingly thinking about something. Xie Yan wanted a hearty battle, so Jiang Xiao would naturally do as he wished. He would display his true strength and eliminate Xie Yan. That would be the greatest respect for him. The voices of the audience grew louder and louder. As the referee blew his whistle, the passion of the audience finally exploded. "Charge! Jiang Xiaopi! Burn, burn, burn! What are you waiting for? Burn it!" The instant the referee's whistle sounded, Xie Yan's body suddenly shot forward to the right. Black flames burned in his hands as he punched the air. However, the black flame fist that had just been ignited was stopped by silence. The flames on Xie Yan's fist were instantly extinguished. At the same time, Jiang Xiao appeared behind him. Whoosh! Xie Yan gritted his teeth and leaned to the side, causing the audience to gasp in shock. The giant sword brushed past his chest and slashed downwards. It was a close shave and a close shave. In the domain of silence, no one could use their star techniques. Jiang Xiao could flash in, but he couldn't get out. Xie Yan actually stepped on the huge blade with one foot and suddenly stomped down. In terms of strength alone, Xie Yan was undoubtedly stronger than Jiang Xiao. Without the support of special star techniques, it seemed to have become Xie Yan's home field when everything returned to the purest form of combat. Xie Yan stepped on the giant blade that had cut into the ground, and using his foot as leverage, his left leg directly kicked out. Jiang Xiao hurriedly dodged to the side, but Xie Yan, who was in the air, reacted extremely quickly. At the moment when he brushed past Jiang Xiao, he suddenly turned around and swept his right foot back. Jiang Xiao hurriedly squatted down, and Xie Yan's foot almost brushed past Jiang Zhao's head. However, Xie Yan's inertia was still there. Since his attack failed, he had no choice but to continue flying backward. Jiang Xiao had been holding onto the handle of the giant sword tightly. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out the giant sword from the ground and threw it out. The giant sword was rotating rapidly and did not stab out in a straight line, which made it more difficult for Xie Yan. After all, Xie Yan couldn't use his star techniques and had nowhere to borrow strength from in midair. Oh my God, wow! The audience gasped in surprise. All of a sudden, The handle of the giant sword that was rotating clockwise was kicked by Xie Yin. The handle of the sword was facing upwards while the blade was facing downwards. Xie Yin, who had nowhere to borrow strength, actually managed to intercept it with his godlike reflexes. Xie Yin landed steadily on the ground, but he had already stepped out of the domain of silence. Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't use his star techniques at all in the domain of silence. The giant sword fell vertically, and under the influence of gravity, it pierced into the turf at the edge of the domain of silence. Xie Yin, who had finally escaped, once again burned with black flames. As he waved his fists, the black flames quickly spread in the cage. The giant sword was also buried in the strange black flames. Xie Yan's dark flame star technique was relatively rare and could not be purified at all. He wanted to hurt himself first before hurting others. At this moment, Xie Yan, who was in the dark flame, had already felt the endless pain, as if thousands of needles had pierced into his brain and spread to his limbs. Jiang Shao quickly retreated out of the domain of silence and raised his hand to cast a shot of sound of silence at Xie Yan. Xie Yan's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the level of the national team, the types of star techniques would go towards two extremes. On one hand, they would be extremely rare, such as X99's special type of star technique. On the other hand, there would be overlapping star techniques that were truly effective and useful, which would appear in many Star Warriors at the same time. Xie Yan and Zhao Wenlong's star techniques of the Shadow series were completely overlapping. Jiang Shao frowned slightly, and his eyes quickly turned red. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and they rushed over from all directions. The sounds of Xie Yan's fists still rang out from all around Jiang Shao. He did not attack Jiang Shao directly. Instead, he was setting up his own home ground. The thick black flames were dyed in layers and spread out. The rain of tears of sorrow and tears of domain also covered the entire field, allowing Jiang Shao to quickly find Xie Yan, who was hidden in the dark flame. When the raindrops fell on Xie Yan's body, Jiang Shao completely accepted Xie Yan's pain and empathized with him. Jiang Shao pressed Bell on his body with one hand. F***CK. Even though the game had just started, Jiang Shao had already cursed before the fight even started. It was a curse that came from the depths of his heart. Jiang Shao was not a person who liked to curse, but he believed that anyone who suddenly felt such extreme pain would definitely not be able to say anything nice. The carrier of tears of sorrow was rainwater, which should have a certain effect on extinguishing the flames. However, it seemed to be useless against the star technique of the Dark Flame series. The overwhelming flames burned more and more vigorously, quickly filling the green field. Xie Yan had already gone all out, and the veins on his expressionless face were bulging and his face was distorted, making him look extremely terrifying. Jiang Shao grabbed his head tightly with one hand, feeling that the excruciating pain was simply too exhilarating. Jiang Shao finally knew what it meant to be better off dead than alive. Amidst the pitch-black flames, countless faint shadows were hidden within, spreading out. Amidst the extreme pain and tears of domain, Jiang Shao discovered Xie Yan's figure and raised his hand to shoot sound of silence into the layers of dark flame. However, Xie Yan's actions were a little faster than Jiang Zhao's. Xie Yan had a strong sense of perception and home ground advantage. It was a painful state that greatly affected Jiang Shao, but Xie Yan had been immersed in it all year round. Hence, he was clearly more accustomed to it. Under the intense pain of the dark flame, Jiang Shao vaguely sensed that Xie Yan's figure was shuttling back and forth rapidly. There were already countless shadows in the spread dark flame. On the other hand, Jiang Shao endured the pain and quickly flashed to the area where the previous battle took place. He then picked up the giant sword. The giant sword seemed to have become a bait, and the moment Jiang Shao appeared, a dark flame dragon pounced over. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed away. Ha! Ha! Xie Yan's chest heaved violently. He could tolerate the pain in his body. It was a feeling that had accompanied him throughout his life as a Star Warrior. He could completely bear it. However, the mental attack made Xie Yan's brain a little chaotic. The tears of sorrow drenched his body, and along with the physical pain, a blurry image appeared in Xie Yan's mind. In the snow-covered, silver-clad village, a 6-year-old child was lying in front of the window, breathing on the glass and drawing smiley faces with his tender little hands until the small door of the courtyard opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. "Mommy! Mommy!" The child ran out quickly and yelled happily. At the entrance of the village, the 8-year-old child grabbed the woman's hand and cried pitifully, "Don't go, Mommy, Daddy, don't go. You've only come back once in a long time." The couple's faces were full of guilt and remorse. The man felt a little sour and couldn't help but turn around. Another year of pure white snow. Another year of lanterns and colored banners. The 9-year-old boy was in the same position with the same smiley face. At the entrance of the courtyard, the small door opened and a figure walked in. "Daddy!" The boy ran out quickly with an indescribable look of joy on his face. "Daddy is back. Where's Mommy?" The man's eyes dimmed a little, but he forced a smile, squatted down, and hugged the child. "Where's Mommy? Where did Mommy go? Why didn't she come back?" The questions went from joy to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to crying. The 14-year-old boy followed his father and knelt in front of a hill, looking at the photo and name on the tombstone. The cold wind whistled past. There were a few cold dishes and a plastic bottle filled with white wine on the slightly tattered wooden table. The man's weathered face revealed a heartfelt smile as he picked up the small wine cup on the table and took a sip. "The Xie family has a successor, a successor. Thanks to the care of the ancestors, the Xie family hasn't awakened. Flamey has grown up. She's going to have a great future. You must be blessing Flamey from the heavens." As he drank cup after cup of white wine, he cried tears of joy. His rough hands wiped his reddened eyes again and again. On the other side of the tattered wooden table, the 16-year-old boy did not say a word. There was a trace of impatience on his face as he looked at his father, who was crying and laughing in boredom. Bang! The door of the ward was pushed open and the 22-year-old young man barged in. His face was filled with anger, as if his emotions had exploded in an instant. "What's wrong with you now?" The man smiled awkwardly at the patients around him. He propped himself up with difficulty and waved at the young man. "Flamey, you're here. I'm fine. You must be busy at school. You don't have to specially come and see me. I'll get a classmate to treat you," the young man said angrily. The man, "Flamey, how many times have I told you? You're old. You even have a lame leg. Don't do any hard work. How long do you want me to worry for?" As he spoke, the young man turned around and slammed the door. The loud sound of the door was accompanied by the man's awkward expression and the frozen palm in the air. The scene froze. The 23-year-old young man knelt on the ground with snowflakes on his body. He held a plastic bottle filled with white wine in one hand and poured it into the wine glass with trembling hands. There were 2 tombstones standing side by side in front of the young man. He raised his head and took a sip. The spicy wine was like a flame that spread from his mouth to his chest. His body trembled slightly, and he was already sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. That was the last thing I said to you." "Ah!" A roar resounded through the sky. It came from Xie Yan, who was always quiet, and from a guilty star warrior. He punched the sky, and the black flames exploded. The scene in his mind froze at the age of 13. Opposite the wooden table was his father, holding a wine glass with tears streaming down his face. "Flamey has grown up. She's going to have a great future. You must be blessing Flamey from the heavens." Chapter 593. Please vote for me. Thank you very much. What do we hear? Is that Xie Yan's roar? Is it that quiet young man? This is unbelievable. I've never heard him speak loudly before. Maka said in shock. Yi Xuanyang was also a little confused. It should be Xie Yan, right? Maka looked at the battlefield carefully and then at the screen. No matter how he looked at it, the black flames on the battlefield enveloped Jiang Shao and Xie Yan, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Maku said, The black flames are blocking our vision. Please. Ah. Xiaopi is out. Ding. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the bell, Jiang Shao pressed the bell in front of his eyes with one hand and held the giant sword in front of him with the other. The black flames almost covered the entire midfield and were still spreading in all directions. Unexpectedly, layers of black flames appeared 5 meters above the midfield like black clouds, accompanied by the sound of punches bombarding the air. These black flames obstructed, intercepted, and burned the falling rain. Bursts of water vapor filled the air. In fact, the entire midfield was also filled with water vapor, but the thick black flames covered it up. Pa! Pa! Xie Yan's body swayed as he stepped on the wet turf. He grabbed his hair tightly with one hand, and his knuckles turned white. Compared to the mental trauma, the pain on his body was almost numb. Jiang Shao, who was kicked out of the black flames, bent his legs slightly and landed steadily on the ground. He held the sword in one hand and stabbed it into the grass to slow down his momentum. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's other hand was pressed against his head in the exact same manner as Xie Yan. Pain. It was a bone-piercing pain. The black flames clearly did not burn his body, but they seemed to be crawling inside his body, like maggots in the bones, burning every inch of his skin, every piece of bone, every drop of blood. Ugh! Jiang Shao couldn't help but moan in pain. Xie Yan, what are you doing? Can a human body really endure this level of pain? Are you fighting with your life? Destroying yourself together? Mutual destruction was not only displayed in a violent self-detonation scene. There were many ways to perish together. For example, Jiang Shao could still move his body with the help of his diamond-level endurance. However, every step he took, or even a curl of his finger, would cause his nerves to feel endless pain. Xie Yan was currently raising the level of his pain. If this continued, he might really end up like the black flame demon in the Black Rock Mountain, burning himself alive. Jiang Shao threw a shot of sound of silence. This time, Xian might have been greatly affected and did not manage to shuttle away in time. This moment of silence finally extinguished the flames on his body. Without the support of Xie Yan's astral powers, it was only a matter of time before the black flames in the sky dissipated. However, due to inertia, the black flames continued to burn in the sky. The sound of silence in Jiang Zhao's hand grabbed onto Xie Yan. No matter which direction he moved in, he would be enveloped by the sound of silence. The scorching black flames finally dissipated, but the sorrowful rain continued to fall. In the distance, Xie Yan was crazily rushing left and right like a headless fly. Jiang Shao keenly noticed that his eyes were slightly white. Has he already lost consciousness? Who is controlling his body? Jiang Shao immediately stopped the rain and threw a beam of blessing at Xie Yan. Swoosh! Xie Yan dodged it abruptly, and his wet hair swayed with water droplets. His eyes were white, and he spat out white mist from his mouth as he dashed towards Jiang Shao like a maniac. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Shao also dashed forward rapidly and shot beams of blessing at an extremely high frequency, almost out of Xie Yan's trajectory. However, they did not even touch the corners of his clothes. Bang! A shot of sound of silence was thrown directly in the middle. Neither of them deliberately avoided it, and instead plunged into the sound of silence. Boom! 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 The sharp and heavy fists bombarded the giant blade. Jiang Zhao's giant blade was like a dagger that was nimble and agile, appearing in the best position every time. In the few seconds in the sound of silence, everyone witnessed a world-class, close combat battle. Punches and kicks, one attacking and the other defending. Jiang Shao looked at his white eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. Finally, time of silence was up. Swoosh! Jiang Shao immediately threw out a blessing. Xie Yan was immediately enveloped in black flames as he punched the giant blade that Jiang Shao had placed in front of him. Bang! Jiang Shao only felt a huge force hit him, and his body was sent flying. The metal fragments of the giant blade scattered all over the ground. The figure that was enveloped in black flames was also firmly enveloped by the beam of blessing. Ugh, cough, cough, ugh. Xie Yan's body swayed as he stood in the pillar of light. His arms hung down naturally. Blood dripped down from his tattered black gauntlets, dripping onto the green grass. The light beam of blessing continued to shine. Plop! Xie Yan's knees weakened, and he knelt on the ground, water splashing everywhere. He faced the sky and opened his mouth wide as he shouted, "Ah, ah, ah." This was the second time Jiang Shao had seen such a scene. In the midst of blessing, people who could shout like this were living creatures. The last one was the black flame demon in the Black Rock Mountains. Ring, 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 Jiang Shao flashed and appeared in front of Xie Yan. The crisp and melodious sound of bell rang, and the bouncing medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them, repairing Xie Yan's battered body and calming his complicated emotions. With the addition of bell, Xie Yan's complicated roars finally stopped, and he seemed to be rapidly calming down. Bell was still flashing in Jiang Zhao's hand, and he had no intention of stopping as he frantically soothed Xie Yan's mind. Everyone knew that Jiang Xiaopi was healing his opponent after witnessing such a peculiar scene. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth with one hand and said in a trembling voice, "Is it over?" Xie Yan's mental state is very poor, and he seems to be unable to continue fighting. Ma Ke suddenly exclaimed, "Jiang Xiaopi is going to end this battle." He appeared behind Xie Yan. In the arena, Jiang Shao stood behind the kneeling Xie Yan and threw sound of silence at his feet. He then quickly leaned over and strangled Xie Yan's neck with one hand. Xie Yan's body also began to struggle violently. Everyone has their own story. "I don't know what happened to you," Jiang Shao thought to himself as he lay on the ground. Jiang Shao lay on the ground and locked his body onto Xie Yan's body. He thought to himself, "I've shown my strength and showed my respect for you. This is all I can do." The series of Platinum Bell just now had the desired effect and completely soothed Xie Yan's mind. Both Xie Yan's body and mind gradually stabilized, and his eyes gradually returned to normal too. However, they were still blurry and filled with endless sorrow and guilt. Xie Yan's eyes were dazed, and he seemed to be trying hard to recall everything that had just happened. However, the reality did not allow him to search for his memories. Feeling a sense of suffocation, Xie Yan grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with one hand and tried his best to pull him down. Coupled with the slight movement of his body, he turned around with all his might and lay on his back, smashing Jiang Zhao's body beneath him. However, Jiang Zhao's hands and legs did not show any signs of relaxing at all. Xie Yan seemed to be struggling as he swayed left and right randomly, but the range of his movements was getting smaller and smaller. If there was no qualitative difference in strength, it would be very difficult to break the lock that had already been formed. "I will carry this with me," Jiang Shao muttered in his heart again as he tightened his grip on Xie Yan's arm. A few seconds later, Xie Yan's body stiffened slightly, and the hand that was tightly grabbing onto Jiang Zhao's arm slowly drooped down and completely relaxed. Beep, 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 beep. The referee's whistle quickly sounded. China, number 4, victory. Jiang Shao hurriedly let go of Xie Yan and crawled back 2 steps. The domain of silence had already dissipated. He hurriedly raised his hand, and a beam of blessing descended, restoring Xie Yan's life force. The medical team quickly ran over, but there was not a single wound on Xie Yan's body. He had only fainted because of the lack of oxygen. As a cloud of fog shrouded Xie Yan's head, he suddenly opened his eyes 3 seconds later. Cough, 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 Xie Yan lay on his back on the grassy lawn. As the fog dissipated, he coughed heavily, enjoying the wonderful feeling of air entering his lungs. However, what greeted him was another beam of holy light. The medical team looked at each other, while Jiang Shao wiped his wet face and squeezed over. He had a diamond level of endurance, and he was only qualified to stay conscious if he was really able to endure it. Jiang Shao knew that Xie Yan had just used the dark flame to infinitely increase the effect of pain, and it might have really exceeded the limits of human endurance. In the end, Jiang Shao did not even know if Xie Yan was hurting his opponent or punishing himself. Xie Yan's mind was in a daze, and his eyes were blurred. In a daze, Xian seemed to see a familiar figure standing beside him, bending down and extending a coarse hand. Xian blinked his eyes with all his might, and his eyes gradually focused. That familiar old face turned into a young man with a buzz cut, and that coarse big hand in his imagination also turned into a young man's palm. Xian hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's right hand tightly. As Jiang Zhao pulled him back forcefully, Xian stood up. The tens of thousands of people in the audience erupted into a tidal wave of applause. Xian silently looked at the audience in all directions. He looked at the faces of the people who were full of encouragement and recognition, and listened to the sincere, thunderous applause. Xian raised his head, looking at the dusky sky. Jiang Zhao waved his hands and strode away. "You pull me back." Xian's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jiang Zhao stopped in his tracks. The medical team had already retreated, and there were only him and Xian nearby. Jiang Zhao naturally thought that Xian was talking to him. Jiang Zhao recalled the last pulling action, turned around, and said, "I pulled you up." However, he realized that Xian was looking up at the gloomy sky and muttering to himself. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and did not say anything else. Just like what Jiang Zhao had said previously, everyone had their own story. He did not know what Xian had experienced. Jiang Zhao was just working hard to move forward. Step by step, he left a footprint. Stroke by stroke, he wrote his own story. Chapter 594. Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. Congratulations on an amazing victory. Yang stood in front of the cage and looked at Jiang Zhao, who was walking out. He almost shoved the microphone into Jiang Zhao's mouth. Jiang Zhao scratched his head. He had just experienced a battle between the Black Flames and Rain of Tears. Even though Bell had been helping to protect his mind, Jiang Zhao was not in a good state. However, Yang was extremely excited. He exclaimed, "Do you know that you're about to break the record for the best support system in the World Cup?" The support system has indeed been in the top 8 before, but that was in the 1970s. Besides, there were only 16 countries participating in the World Cup that year. If we start counting from the middle and late 1980s, when the World Cup was really on a large scale, you've already broken the best record in history. Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "There's no need to add any restrictions. After the next competition, I'll be the best support system in history." Yang's eyes widened slightly, and his mouth formed an O shape. Yang's face was shown in the camera, so the image had already been broadcasted to thousands of households. The toxic healer really dared to say that. They were already in the top 11 in the world, and almost all of the remaining contestants had the ability to win the championship. The toxic healer didn't even need to know his opponent, and yet he said those words. What kind of confidence is that? Is that overconfidence? Jiang Zhao stretched his hand out, lifted Yang's chin, and closed his mouth. Yang was speechless. Which contestant would do such a thing? Which contestant isn't steady or arrogant? How could there be someone like Jiang Zhao who closed his opponent's jaw? Everyone in the world was watching. Yang smiled awkwardly and hurriedly asked, "What do you think of this competition?" Jiang Zhao said with a serious expression, "I'll take my teammates' share and go on with them." Yang suddenly felt that there was a sudden change in the atmosphere. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was indeed Fang Xingyun who had just stood behind the camera. To be honest, Yang really hoped that Fang Xingyun would leave. Otherwise, the toxic healer would not appear. Yang shifted his body and consciously stood between Fang Xingyun and Jiang Zhao. Yang changed the topic and said, "You're now the idol of the younger generation. Many support type awakened. No, the new generation of awakened children are working hard to hone their skills. Punches, kicks, spears, knives, and swords. Some schools also began to consciously cultivate the students' combat skills and called on them to work harder on their own skills to achieve a balance with the training of their star techniques. According to our statistics, a considerable number of students have chosen the giant blade you use. What do you think of this?" Jiang Xiaoming was stunned. So, I'm also a public idol. Of course, there was Jiang Zhao's charm in this. After all, the attention of the World Cup was not a joke. Jiang Zhao had fought his way to the top, no matter how much they boasted about it. It could not compare to a real victory. However, the country was definitely behind it. Wasn't such a scene what the officials wanted to see? Ever since the advent of the dimensional space and the Earth was filled with star power and star techniques, people had always attached great importance to star techniques. Jiang Shao carried a giant sword and acted as a support player while rampaging through the World Cup. He was indeed the best role model. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I chose to use a giant blade because it suits me. Everyone, don't practice blindly. You must choose the weapon you're best at or a weapon that matches your star technique. When a person's talent reaches a certain level, they'll be able to pick up most of the weapons quickly. However, believe me, some weapons can be trained to an advanced level because you're compatible with it. However, some weapons can only be trained to an intermediate level. So, you must download the best mapping software to find your location and direction. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao seemed to have become a chatterbox. He said, I have a friend who has a bad voice. He was originally a spear practitioner, and he picked it up quickly. However, the effect was not ideal when he wanted to improve again. It's just like courting a girl. Anyone can meet and get to know her. Everyone will be polite. However, if you want to develop the relationship further, you won't be compatible even if you put in more time and energy. The key is that you have to have talent. It's the most specialized and unique talent. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao suddenly turned to look at the camera. His pair of eyes pierced through the screen and stared straight at the awakened children in the thousands of households. You already have an image in your mind, right? That's the back view of her leaving mercilessly. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't pay attention, and the toxic healer actually spread poison to the global audience. The simultaneous interpreters from various countries almost burst out laughing. Some of them really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately afterwards, when the words were translated, everyone couldn't help but laugh at the metaphor of the toxic healer. Ahem, ahem. Someone coughed softly outside the screen. No one knew who it was, but the cameraman knew. After all, the aura of the nebula behind him had already been emitted, and the cameraman's hands were trembling. These Star Warriors are all monsters. You can be angry at yourself, but don't oppress ordinary people like us. Jiang Shao and Yang Yang fell into a brief silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Shao secretly glanced at Fang Xingyun, only to see that the toxic healer was looking at him sternly. He hurriedly looked away. Yang Yang once again consciously moved his feet and blocked Fang Xingyun's view. So, how did you choose a suitable weapon for yourself? Yang Yang continued. Jiang Shao blurted out, From the moment I saw Xia Yin, I knew that I had to learn this giant sword. Yang Yang asked, Fang Xingyun's face stiffened, and he squeezed a word out of his mouth. Jiang Shao, Pai. Jiang Shao hurriedly added, It was in the snowfield dimensional space in Beijiang province. At that time, I was overturned by a white ghoul. Xia Yan was like a divine soldier who descended from the sky and pierced the back of the white ghoul. The giant sword penetrated the body of the white ghoul, and the blood-stained blade appeared in front of me. A drop of blood dripped on the tip of my nose. Snap! Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, Remember this encounter. Fang Xingyun strode forward and said, Let's end the interview here. The student has to return to the team. While being dragged away by Fang Xingyun, Jiang Shao did not forget to say to the camera, Remember, you didn't choose the weapon, but the weapon chose you. In the camera, Jiang Shao was dragged away by Fang Xingyun, leaving Yang Yang in a state of confusion. Actually, the effect was really great. Although it was not a conventional interview, Jiang Zhao's exposure of his love at first sight with the weapon was enough to make Yang Yang happy. The locker room was packed with people, all of whom were members of the national team. They were whispering and glancing at the corner of the locker room from time to time. Fang Xingyun was standing with his hands on his hips and his head lowered, glaring at someone angrily. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, sat in the corner obediently. He was weak, lowly, and a little hungry. Just as Jiang Shao was about to ask what he wanted to eat for lunch, Fang Xingyun said, "You've already entered the top 11 in the world. You have to learn to be more mature and steady. You have many identities, and you know better than me that you can't run your mouth in front of the people of the world. You have to pay attention to your own image." Jiang Shao grinned. "I'm not a celebrity or idol. I don't rely on these things to make a living. I made it by killing with real knives and guns. Why would I care about my image? Besides, this is my image. I've never changed. Am I lacking in a high and mighty image? What am I doing now? She's the captain of the national team. Why? You liked me when I was a student. Now that I've become famous, become a national team member, and made it to the finals of the World Cup, you're starting to despise me? Well done, Fang Xingyun. You're really, a clear stream. Moreover, what I said just now was true. Why don't you believe me?" Jiang Shao was silent for a moment before saying weakly, "I just won and you're scolding me again." Fang Xingyun was speechless. "What are we having for lunch?" Jiang Shao asked. Fang Xingyun held his forehead with one hand. "I'm so tired. This little toxic healer is always like this. The moment he opens his mouth, he wants to get into the top 6. The competition is getting more and more difficult now. The level of my opponents has already reached the peak of the world's university students. The further I go, the easier it is for me to lose. Once I lose, I really can't imagine what kind of storm Jiang Shao would have to go through." Fang Xingyun thought to himself. He sat down beside Jiang Shao and said in a gentle voice, "Xiaopi, I'm your team's teacher, and I'm the one who wrote the recommendation letter for you. I have an obligation to guide you well. How about this? Let's make an agreement. Can you bring your composure on the field to the interview off the field? Just once, even if it's just once, let me see your elegance." Jiang Shao said, Fang Xingyun said, "You can do whatever you want in private. I know that's your personality. You can bring your attitude from the battlefield to the interview, or you can just treat the interview as an act. That way, you can better protect yourself." Jiang Shao discovered a fact. You don't care about your reputation, but some people close to you do. Jiang Shao looked at Fang Xingyun with a solemn expression and said solemnly, "Thank you, Teacher Fang. I accept this agreement, and I will abide by it." Fang Xingyun's expression softened a little, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out and gently rubbed Jiang Zhao's head. Suddenly, Jiang Shao said, "Just one round." Fang Xingyun's hand stiffened slightly. "All right, it's finally a start. Go and wash up. Let's return to Edo City," Fang Xingyun said and stood up to leave. As Fang Xingyun spoke, he stood up and left. He even took out his phone, as if he was contacting someone. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief after finally coaxing Fang Xingyun away. As for bathing and changing, what a joke. Shouldn't he find out more about Captain P's competition? Jiang Shao walked to the locker and hurriedly took out his mobile phone. There was only one competition in Edo City today, and that was between Home Mingming and Saito Shinoyuki. The competition would start at 9 a.m. It happened to be the same time as Jiang Zhao's competition. Jiang Shao and Xian's competition was at 9:30 a.m. 9 a.m. was the time for Jiang Shao and Xian to warm up. Hence, Jiang Shao still did not know the results of the competition. Did Hou Mingming win? Jiang Shao asked the people in the locker room as he scrolled through his mobile phone. Ever since he entered the locker room, he had been forcefully pressed against the wall by Fang Xingyun. Now that he had regained his freedom, Jiang Shao immediately asked about it. In the locker room, the buzzing sounds of discussion suddenly disappeared. However, no one responded. Jiang Shao felt that something was wrong. He frowned and scrolled through the screen of his mobile phone. However, his fingers paused slightly. No wonder Fang Xingyun was trying so hard to persuade Jiang Shao. Hou Mingming had lost. Chapter 595. Legendary Support. Another valiant player has been added to the list of losers of the Toxic Healer. The civil war in China during the World Cup. The continuation of the national team selection. Jiang Xiaopi killed Xie Yin twice and proved his strength again. The melee players of the Central Plains are in flames while the toxic healer of China is in tears. Jiang Xiaopi won again. He is still challenging the world's understanding of support. A splendid match, a soul-stirring match. Jiang Xiaopi defeated his opponent and also pulled his teammate up. Only Seedling. The only Seedling who is known as support. Violent storms, barbaric growth. How much further can he go? At this moment, Jiang Xiao was sitting on the bus from the airport to the hotel, browsing through the competition news on Fang Xingyun's mobile phone. It couldn't be helped. If there was no Wi-Fi, Jiang Zhao's mobile phone would not be able to connect to the internet. In terms of traffic, Jiang Zhao's popularity was no less than Ho Mingming's. In fact, he was even more popular. Hence, as the winner of the competition, news about Jiang Xiao was all over the internet after he won the competition. However, the news of Ho Mingming's defeat had already spread. Jiang Xiao could see the news about Ho Mingming through the 3 news articles. An upset. The captain of the national team, Ho Mingming, was no match for Gu Xinji. Regrettably, he lost. Cherry blossoms fill the sky, and the Tang sword is sharp. The captain of the Japanese team, Saito Nobuyuki, crushed the champion of the World Cup. Speed. Speed. It's still speed. Although Ho Mingming displayed exceptional close combat techniques, he was still a long-armed class, so he was defeated by Gu Xing's relentless attacks. The outcome of this competition is predictable. It's a textbook competition where the star techniques are perfectly restrained. Jiang Xiao frowned as he read on. All of a sudden, a palm appeared beside him. Jiang Xiao turned around, and Fang Xingyun's palm landed on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She patted him gently, seemingly to comfort him. Fang Xingyun took off one of Jiang Zhao's earphones and said gently, "Remember Xie Yan's advice to you. Don't be affected by anyone's words." Jiang Xiao shook his head with a smile and said, "Clearly, the reason why she could become the king of racing is because she relied on the restraint of her profession and star techniques. However, I didn't expect to meet someone who can restrain her." Hearing this, Fang Xingyun could not help but nod. It was not bad for Jiang Xiao to have such a reaction. After all, she knew that Jiang Xiao and Ho Mingming had a good relationship. Although they had always been competitors, it was undeniable that the two of them were also friends. Fang Xingyun consciously guided Jiang Xiao and said softly, "In fact, if she had bumped into you, the result might have been the same. You and Gu Xinji are the few players in the same category in the World Cup." Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm his support. He's a melee fighter. We're not the same." Fang Xingyun said gently, "At least within the scope of the galaxy domain, there is no difference in speed between your teleportation and his cherry blossom domain. Although teleportation was more advanced than rapid movement. After all, rapid movement had a path of movement, and there was a fundamental difference between it and teleportation. But in the eyes of your opponents at this stage, there's almost no difference." Jiang Xiao said, "Okay." Fang Xingyun continued, "You and Gu Xinji have the same powerful combat skills. Your combat skills are more comprehensive than his, and your techniques are more outstanding. However, he has some melee star techniques. In this regard, he will be stronger than you. However, you also have auxiliary star techniques that allow you to maintain your endurance and control. That's better than him." In fact, Fang Xingyun said softly, "I think that if you had met Ho Mingming, the battle might have ended a little faster. Her close combat skills are not bad, but they are definitely not the best. Her bow and arrows are the foundation of her life." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and accepted the fact. He said, "If I could have bumped into Saito Shinji, I might have gone further no matter who I meet in the future." Fang Xingyun comforted him. "This is already the 6th round of the World Cup, and it's going to be 11 out of 21. If she bumps into you or Gu Xinji at this stage, it won't be a bad thing." Jiang Xiao nodded. Fang Xingyun said, "In fact, it's a good thing for her to suffer some setbacks. She's already gotten used to winning. If she can recognize her shortcomings after this defeat, it'll be a good thing for her." Fang Xingyun sighed and said, The purpose of the World Cup might be to bring glory to the country and win glory. But for an individual, it's a process for them to understand themselves. Believe me, if she loses this match, she will gain much more than if she wins. Jiang Xiao laughed and said, "Teacher, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not affected much." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Xiao with a serious expression and said, "No, I want you to persuade Hou Mingming. I know that child's personality very well. Even her mother, Yi Hua, finds it hard to control her." Jiang Xiao grinned and asked, "Why do I have to persuade her?" Fang Xingyun said gently, "Because you're qualified." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Fang Xingyun said softly, "Among her peers, you're one of the few who could defeat her. In this World Cup, you might even be the only one who can defeat her. You're more qualified than anyone else." Jiang Xiao scratched his head in distress. "Have you forgotten about Zhao Wenlong? Besides, can't you, Fang Xingyun, kill Hou Mingming just by raising your hand? It's fine as long as you can win." "Why do you have to be a peer?" "Peer my ass. I'm not even 18 yet, and she's already 22. She's still short of a gold brick. She can still get half a gold brick," Fang Xingyun said softly. "Help her. After all, you're teammates and friends." "Teacher Fang is so kind." Jiang Xiao nodded gently and said, "Okay, Teacher Fang, I'll try my best. But let's see how she's doing first. If she's doing well, you'll be worrying for nothing." Fang Xingyun said, "Before we took off from Chiu City Airport, I've already spoken to the team leader on the phone. Hou Mingming clearly needs some help." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "Fine, let me go and soothe her wounded heart." "Young Sister P, are you going to lose the gold trophy or the silver trophy?" As the car drove into the hotel where the national team was staying, Jiang Xiao hurriedly looked around amidst the cheers. He found Xie Yin and put his arm around Xie Yin's shoulder while nodding at the crowd. The crowd also understood what Jiang Xiao meant and started to give words of encouragement. Some people did not say anything. They just surrounded Jiang Xiao and Xie Yin and patted their backs vigorously and shook their shoulders. The scene was much more harmonious. Then Jiang Xiao's body flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Xie Yin was the only one left. Facing the group of staff and teachers, Xie Yin had no choice but to respond helplessly as he listened to their words of encouragement. Although he felt a little helpless, his mood was indeed much better. The teachers quickly set a new goal for Xie Yin. He could not relax for the next few days. The qualifiers were about to start. He would go back to his room to rest and reorganize before coming out to study his opponents. Jiang Xiao hid in his room for a long time and took a quick shower. He then put on a sports t-shirt, shorts, slippers, and 2 egg yolk pies. At around 9 p.m., he arrived at Hou Mingming's room. Jiang Xiao knocked on the door gently and said softly, "You didn't attend the competition summary meeting at night. I didn't see you eating at the canteen either. What have you been up to all day?" However, there was no response from the door. Jiang Xiao knocked on the door gently again. "Don't hide in there and keep quiet. I know you're at home." There was silence. Jiang Xiao knocked on the door again. "Open the door, open the door. Open the door, open the door." Bang! The door was suddenly pulled open. Hou Mingming lowered her head and looked at Jiang Xiao with disheveled hair. She looked so angry and imposing. Hiske, of course, it was not accurate to say that she had disheveled hair. After all, it was an idiom to describe someone who was not properly groomed. Hou Mingming's hair was disheveled. Her appearance was neat and tidy, but it was not tied up in a ponytail. Her long, waterfall-like hair was scattered on her back, making her look less valiant and more feminine. Jiang Xiao raised his head slightly, looked at Hou Mingming's face, and said, "It's so late at night. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Don't tell me Zhang Run is inside." Hou Mingming pressed her hand against the doorframe and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to control her emotions. Jiang Xiao flashed and appeared in the room behind Hou Mingming. He reached out and turned on the lights in the living room. The single rooms that the national team arranged for the students were all of the same level, and the layout of the rooms in the hotel was similar. Jiang Xiao was very familiar with the place. After turning on the lights, he sat down on the sofa. Ho Mingming did not turn around and was still blocking the door. However, she said, "Is this a taunting session?" "Hey," Jiang Shao said with pursed lips, "I'm not that bored. I'm just here to see you." Ho Mingming said, "I'm fine. You can leave now." Come here, Jiang Shao said. Jiang Shao said, "Hey, hurry and come over. It's late at night. Hurry and close the door." "What's wrong with you? It's dangerous not to close the door at night." Ho Mingming slammed the door shut and strode into the living room, only to see Jiang Shao sitting on the sofa. However, Jiang Shao took out 2 egg pies from his pocket and handed one to her. Jiang Shao asked, "Why didn't you go for dinner tonight? Are you on a diet?" Ho Mingming looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly. Jiang Shao carefully scrutinized Ho Mingming's face and said, "Being sad isn't as important as eating. You young people always stop eating just because you're in a bad mood. Here, this is for you. Just make do." Ho Mingming remained silent and simply turned around to walk to the window. She crossed her arms and looked at the night sky outside. There was silence in the room. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before suddenly saying, "If you were given another chance, would you have thought of a way to defeat him?" Ho Mingming said in a deep voice, "My arrow betrayed me. It blew up someone who shouldn't have." Jiang Shao said, "I think winning by luck isn't your style." Ho Mingming suddenly clenched her hand that was grabbing his arm. Jiang Shao said, "He restrains you very well." Ho Mingming's voice became increasingly gloomy. "You can leave now." Jiang Shao stood up and walked to the window. He turned around and leaned against the windowsill. He placed his elbows on the windowsill and tilted his head to look at Ho Mingming, just like how you restrain the other contestants. Distance is their Achilles heel. Similarly, it's your Achilles heel too. Ho Mingming suddenly turned around and grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar. She lifted him up and placed him in front of her. She enunciated each word and said, "Must you mock me today?" Jiang Shao grabbed Ho Mingming's palm and said, "I'm telling you your Achilles heel. Now, it's your turn to tell me." Jiang Shao stared straight into Ho Mingming's eyes and said, "Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm mocking you at all." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 596. Ho Mingming grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar and her hands trembled slightly. After more than 10 seconds, she finally let go of Jiang Shao and turned to look out of the window again. Jiang Shao adjusted his collar and asked, "Can you afford to lose?" Ho Mingming said through gritted teeth, "I can afford to lose." Jiang Shao asked again, "But you can't afford to win now. You should be the one who pierces the enemy's heart with one arrow, yet you're pinning your next battle on an explosive arrow. You've handed your fate over to fate." Ho Mingming pursed her lips and remained silent. Jiang Shao continued, "Putting Gu Xinji aside, let's just talk about Zhao Wenlong. When you handed your victory over to fate to see who the goddess of fate favored, you've already lost." Ho Mingming pressed her hands on the windowsill and lowered her head. This time, her hair could be said to be disheveled. Jiang Shao said, "For years in university, including this national team tryouts, Zhao Wenlong might have lost every time, but you've never won against him. What exactly are you trying to say?" Ho Mingming asked word by word. Jiang Shao said, "What I want to say is that there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. You can have 10,000 consecutive victories, but the important thing is how you face the 10,001st defeat." Jiang Shao continued, "Zhao Wenlong spoils you too much. If you had failed earlier, perhaps your strength would have been greater. At least your mentality wouldn't have been like this. Of course, I'm also one of the reasons. Perhaps I should have found a chance to fight with you earlier." Kacha! Ho Mingming's knuckles turned white, and the windowsill that was made of marble was crushed. Jiang Shao grinned and leaned against the windowsill. With a push of his hands, he leaped up and sat on the windowsill. With his back against the window, he looked at the long black hair. It couldn't be helped. Captain P's long hair covered her face. If she were to wear a white dress, she would be in a horror movie. Jiang Shao said, "You have a strong desire to win. Everyone wants to win, but your desire to win is obviously 100 times stronger than others. You like to taste the taste of victory and conquer your opponents. That's understandable. Jiang Shao continued. In fact, your stubbornness has made you who you are now. If you were a girl with an ordinary personality, you might not be able to get to where you are today. You wouldn't be able to become the king of duels in the Capital Star Warriors or the captain of the Chinese national team. Distance is a double-edged sword, and so is your personality. You are arrogant and stubborn from the bottom of your heart. I don't believe that you will collapse after this setback. Ho Mingming said in a low voice. Then what is your purpose in saying all this? Jiang Shao shrugged. There are many people who are worried about you, such as your teacher Fang Xingyun. She's even trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. She actually asked me to comfort and enlighten you. Humph. Ho Mingming snorted coldly and slowly stood up. Tell me, where are you going after the World Cup? You're about to graduate. Where are you going to find the taste of victory? Don't tell me it's an entertainment competition, Jiang Shao said. Ho Mingming looked a little confused, and she looked at the brightly lit streets outside the window. She said in a deep voice, I've never thought about it. I used to only want to be the champion of the World Cup. Jiang Shao said, with the abilities that you've shown, you should have received plenty of invitations from the troops, the various Star Warriors universities, and various organizations. Ho Mingming replied softly, and Jiang Shao said, young man, join the army. You'll realize that competitions are far less exciting than the battlefield. Ho Mingming humphed coldly and said, Wasteland reclamation? Against those ferocious beasts of other dimensions? Jiang Shao said, your style belongs to the aggressive type. You'll destroy everything and go straight to the root of the problem. It's indeed suitable for the Wasteland Reclamation Army. Ho Mingming said, it should be the Wasteland Reclaimers or the Mountain Shattering Army. They are mainly active in areas where dimensional spaces are frequently opened and focus on destroying the dimensional spaces that are frequently opened. Their function is relatively simple. That might be the highest level battlefield that I can come into contact with. Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, why didn't you participate in the recruitment of Wasteland Reclamation apprentices? Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, I've said it before. My goal in the past was only to win the World Cup. Besides, I don't need to reserve a spot in advance. Many troops have reserved a spot for me. Jiang Shao stared at Ho Mingming quietly and said, you'll win all the subsequent qualifying matches. Ho Mingming said, of course. Jiang Shao continued, I'll win without hesitation. Ho Mingming said in a deep voice, yes. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded and did some calculations before saying, let's think about it. In the best-case scenario, you'll be ranked 12th in the individual competition of the World Cup. A rather impressive result. In this world, anyone would probably be overjoyed to be ranked 12th in the individual competition of the World Cup. Ho Mingming was the only one who seemed to have heard insulting words. However, that was the truth. Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Shao without saying a word. Jiang Shao said, with such results and your performance in the series, you should be able to impress some people. Ho Mingming asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Shao asked, let me confirm one last time. Do you really want to join teams like the Mountain Crusher Army? Ho Mingming nodded and said, of course. Do you think I'll stay in the university and become a teacher, or go to the office? Jiang Shao said, oh, I'm just confirming again. Ho Mingming asked, what's the matter? Jiang Shao leaned back and sat on the windowsill. He leaned his back against the window and looked at Ho Mingming. Do you remember when I was temporarily summoned away during the national team's qualifiers? Ho Mingming frowned slightly and asked, did you give up on the semifinals? Jiang Shao smiled and said, I went out to carry out a mission and killed a female criminal leader who was in the galaxy stage. It felt great. Ho Mingming's pupils constricted slightly. What did you say? Jiang Shao said, you should have heard what the team leader said to me when I was bidding farewell. Ho Mingming thought about it for a moment and repeated, comrade, come back alive? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders in a self-explanatory manner. Ho Mingming asked, are you from the Wasteland Reclaimers? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, vigil, light chasing. With a sullen expression, Ho Mingming asked. Light chasing? Jiang Shao took out an identification document from his pocket and tossed it in front of Ho Mingming. He then placed it on the windowsill that was covered in cracks. Ho Mingming picked up the identification document and flipped it slightly. She then narrowed her eyes and said, Light-chasing team of the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Murmuring softly, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, The light-chasing team with a designation. Wow, Sister P, you know your stuff. Jiang Shao chuckled. Ho Mingming said, You've even brought your identification document. Seems like you've already made your plans. Jiang Shao said, The premise is that you have to join a team of the same level as the Wasteland Reclaimers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lit it up or said that. Ho Mingming asked, Can you represent the Northwest Guardians of the Night? I can't, but I have a friend who has a bad voice. She can. Jiang Shao said as he pursed his lips. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, My friend is amazing. You'll become an obedient kitten in less than 3 days under her hands. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you sure? He. Jiang Shao looked up and pressed the back of his head against the glass window. He smiled and said, See me? I was forcefully pushed out. Ho Mingming was speechless. Damn it. I don't see you being obedient at all. Jiang Shao said. However, you have to be an apprentice first. Even if you come with a halo, you'll have to lie low regardless of whether you're a dragon or a tiger. Besides, it's not certain if our captain will like you. With your personality, you'll make do as a light chaser, but I wonder if you'll be promoted to the special team. If you become a guardian of the night, I reckon you might not be qualified. However, Ho Mingming answered seriously, Being a guardian of the night is not suitable for me. The Wasteland Reclaimers are often on standby too. According to the current global situation, the mountain-shattering army should be busier and the battles will be more intense. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Who knows? Think about it yourself. Contact me if you're interested. If not, forget it. I won't force you. Ho Mingming was speechless. Jiang Shao exerted strength in his back and sat up straight with the help of the rebound from the glass window. He said, You didn't attend the post-competition meeting tonight. Remember to be there on time tomorrow morning. You still have to compete in the qualifiers and analyze your opponents. Ho Mingming nodded, but did not say anything else. Jiang Shao said, I'll be leaving then. Sleep early. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao disappeared in a flash. Ho Mingming frowned slightly. There were 2 egg yolk pies beside the spot where Jiang Shao had disappeared. Ho Mingming subconsciously picked up the egg yolk pie and walked to the bin. She was about to throw it away when she paused. A few seconds later, Ho Mingming placed the egg yolk pie on the coffee table. She did not throw it away, but she did not eat it either. She turned around and walked to the windowsill again, silently looking at the brightly lit city below. Jiang Shao returned to his room in a flash. After all, their rooms were not far apart. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, there was actually someone sitting in the room. At this moment, Fang Xingyun was sitting on the sofa, watching the news on the television. When did she arrive? Fang Xingyun felt her vision blur and saw Jiang Shao. She asked with concern, How is she? How is she? Will she be able to attend the meeting as usual tomorrow? Jiang Shao nodded and said, No problem, don't worry. Fang Xingyun was overjoyed and asked, How did you persuade her? Jiang Shao said, She lost, and she has already realized the fact that there are many people who are stronger than her. She just lacks someone to tell her face to face so that she can clearly recognize herself once again. Fang Xingyun was obviously stunned. Did this kid just add fuel to the fire? Or is he trying to fight fire with fire? Fang Xingyun looked worried. This, Jiang Shao said, Don't worry, Teacher Fang. People like her don't need comforting. Fang Xingyun asked, What kind of person is she? Jiang Shao sat down on the sofa and said, She's the kind of person who can't stop. She's like a ship that needs to turn to the shore at all times. Anchoring is only temporary. Fang Xingyun asked, Jiang Shao said, You just need to give her a goal when she's disappointed and confused. If she recognizes this goal, she'll set off immediately. Fang Xingyun was completely stunned this time. He never expected Jiang Shao to say something like that. Looking at Fang Xingyun's expression, Jiang Shao couldn't help but smile and say, "Most star warriors who pursue the pinnacle have this common problem. Most of the star warriors who go through the selection process and enter the national team pursue the pinnacle. It's just that the form of the so-called pinnacle is different. Carefree old men like Zhao Wenlong are rare." Fang Xingyun nodded thoughtfully and said, "Xiaopi, when you're interviewed in the future, you have to appear calm and orderly." This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao suddenly looked at Fang Xingyun with an aggrieved expression and said, "Teacher Fang, you have no idea. She lifted me up just now. It was so scary." Fang Xingyun was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 597. The next day, Jiang Shao saw Ho Mingming when he was having breakfast. She had a high ponytail and exuded an aura that seemed to say, "Strangers don't get close to me, and acquaintances don't disturb me." He could tell that she had recovered well. Stubborn people like her usually had strong endurance, or they didn't care about what others thought of them at all. At the thought of stubbornness, Jiang Shao could think of a certain famous Laker who was really stubborn. "The whole world knows that I don't feel good today, but I believe that I'll definitely score the next shot. Regardless of whether you love me or hate me, I've won 5 championships. Without my stubborn personality, this star wouldn't be so outstanding." Back to the topic. At this moment, Ho Mingming was eating porridge and eggs. Jiang Shao crept over and sat down beside Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming wasn't surprised at all. She was sharp and had long discovered that a toxic healer had sneaked over and was aiming at the freshly peeled egg. At the moment Jiang Shao sat down, Ho Mingming had already stuffed the egg into her mouth. Jiang Shao revealed a fatherly smile and said softly to Ho Mingming, "You've finally grown up. Only children will share." Ho Mingming was speechless. On this day, the national team was divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of the eliminated students who would be thrown into a small auditorium to watch the live broadcast of the team competition with professional teachers. The journey of a national team was not limited to fighting for glory. For example, the eliminated students would return to their old jobs and become students again. Under the guidance of the teachers, they would attend video analysis classes, which was also a form of teaching and training for them. The second group consisted of Ho Mingming and Xie Yan. The two of them would analyze the losers from 21 to 12 under the guidance of the teachers. They no longer had time to watch the lot drawing ceremony, as the results would be notified to them. They now had to use a day to study their opponents thoroughly. To be honest, both Ember and Xie Yan had the ability to advance to a few more rounds. However, the 2 Chinese civil wars had caused the Chinese team to lose 2 key players. Ho Mingming, who was unlucky and perfectly restrained, was put aside and only mentioned Ember and Xie Yan. The 2 of them should be in the top 5 and 6 with Jiang Shao. Unfortunately, the elimination round was just that cruel. It was full of variables. If Ember cried out for help, then Zhao Wenlong would not be able to live. Juliet? Silence? Luo, one should also stop living. Jiang Shao was the only student in the third group. He was led by Fang Xingyun and 2 professional analysts to study the other 10 contestants who had advanced. The process of studying his opponents was the process of making Jiang Shao more humble. It was useless for others to say that they were modest and cautious. When Jiang Shao carefully looked through the battle videos of the 10 of them and saw the list of star techniques, wait a minute, how did a strange fellow sneak in? A contestant from the kimchi country seemed to be lost. This list of contestants was like a bunch of macho men sitting at the same table, drinking wine and eating meat. Suddenly, there was a kid drinking milk and eating cake in the middle of the group of macho men. This was indeed too conspicuous. Kimchi country's Kim Ping-chong is quite strong, but, how should I put it? He was not that good, at least not good enough to enter the top 10. So many contestants who were guaranteed to advance to the quarterfinals had fallen, but this friend of his was still advancing towards the finals. His luck was very good. Jiang Xiao hoped that he would be lucky enough to get a bye and enter the top 6. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, Jiang Xiao knew very well that he was daydreaming. The pitiful Jiang Xiao was dragged by the analyst to study his opponents for the entire day. He wasn't even allowed to watch little Jiang Xue's competition. He only found out that Han Jiangshue's team had advanced when he secretly played with his mobile phone during lunch. On this day, Jiang Xiaoxue felt like his head was about to explode. He, who usually did not have an addiction to smoking, suddenly felt like smoking. It was for no other reason than to get some fresh air. At night, Jiang Xiao was finally free. After dinner, he video chatted with Han Jiangxue while watching the replay of her competition in the morning. The competition was really a little difficult. Song Chunxi even fought with the opponent's shield warrior. The opponent's shield warrior was of the battle mastery style, and the rules awakened were of the earth and water schools of defense. Their fighting style was extremely stable. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Song Chunxi repeatedly increased the level of pain he was suffering. Finally, he seized an opportunity to crash out of the arena with his opponent's shield. Wu Yao and Han Jiangxue then attacked crazily and broke the opponent's rules awakened, which was extremely strong in defense. They finally gained the upper hand in the competition. In the end, when the referee announced China's victory, the students on the field were almost exhausted. It was really an unimaginable battle of attrition. Compared to the Capital Star Warriors team that was fighting hard, the soldiers of Xiangnan Military Academy were still as stable as old dogs. They ended the battle in 12 minutes and advanced directly to the top 9 of the World Cup. There were no twists and turns, nor were there any thrilling accidents. There was only a clean victory that made them feel good both physically and mentally. 3 words could be used to describe it. Comfortable. Yeah, I watched your competition. It was really too difficult, but that's also the reason why I feel a sense of accomplishment, isn't it? Jiang Xiao said softly while looking at Han Jiangshue's face. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was lying on the bed with her head tilted and half of her face buried in the soft pillow. She looked at Jiang Xiao on the screen of her mobile phone and hummed softly. By the way, how's Song Chunxi? I'm talking about her mental state, Jiang Xiao asked again. Han Jiangxue said softly, there are many auxiliary awakened members in the team. She'll be fine. Hearing her slightly tired voice, Jiang Xiao became gentler and asked, are you tired? Han Jiangxue answered, yes. Jiang Xiao said, kiss me then. Hurry and go to sleep. Han Jiangxue said, okay. Han Jiangxue seemed to be really tired. After agreeing to Jiang Zhao's request, she finally realized that something was amiss. She then glared at Jiang Xiao before hanging up the phone. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Due to the fact that half of Han Jiangshue's face was buried in the pillow, only one of her eyes participated in the activity just now. The scene was rather peculiar. There was nothing much to talk about in the next few days. Jiang Xiao had no choice but to stay in the hotel and study the information of his opponents. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was like having a teacher take 10 sets of papers in front of you before the college entrance examination and tell you that you would only be taking 1 set of the same questions without changing a single punctuation mark. Are you going to memorize all 10 sets of questions? During the few days that Jiang Xiao was memorizing the questions, the results of Xie Yin and Hou Mingming were out. They won consecutively in the losers bracket and once again showed the world the strength of China. Hou Mingming ended up in the 12th place. Xie Yin ended up in the 13th place because he only lost to Hou Mingming in the last round. The domineering performance of Hou Mingming and Xie Yin lessened the criticism of the two in the country. It turned out that as long as they were not too unlucky, they would be able to achieve rather good results. As the losers bracket ended, Jiang Xiao was once again pushed to the front of the stage and stood in the eye of the storm. He was the only one left among the Chinese players in the individual competition. Be it in China or in the team, Jiang Xiao had become like a giant panda. Jiang Shao also felt the pressure of being the favorite of the team. For example, on the day he drew lots, the other students accompanied Jiang Shao to watch the lot drawing ceremony under the leadership of the team leader. They then played the recording of the competition and began to learn. Due to the fact that there were only 11 contestants left in the 7th round of the World Cup, and it was the finals, the lot drawing method was changed. In a broadcast hall in Japan's capital, Edo City, a leader of the Star Warriors World Cup committee personally drew lots in a glass box. He even recited a long speech before drawing lots, which infuriated everyone. Finally, the lot drawing ceremony began. In the small auditorium, the Chinese national team was gathered, and some of their close friends sat around Jiang Shao. They held their breaths and looked at the results of the lot drawing on the screen. In particular, Xian seemed to be even more nervous than she was during the competition. The lots were drawn one after another. Judging from the reactions of the people, it was obvious which contestants were relatively more terrifying. For example, when a European shield was drawn, or when the captain of the North Kingdom's Thunderbolt was drawn, or when the Neon Sword God was drawn, the sigh of relief in the small auditorium was especially real. The first group dueled, the second group dueled, the third group dueled, the fourth group dueled. Oh my, this is great. I'm going to get a bye. I'm going to enter the top 6 without doing anything, Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly. All of a sudden, the members of the national team in the small auditorium also got excited and stared at the players in the 5th group. As the old man on the screen picked up a ball, unscrewed it, and took out a small piece of paper. Number 1 confirmed. Kimchi Nation, Jean Pingchong. Oh yeah, entering the top 6 without doing anything. Great. Who else hasn't come out? Xiaopi and the Queen of Iceland? Yes, it's that queen. The Queen of Iceland. She's here. She's here. Damn. Number 2 in the 5th group. The old man gave a close-up of the small piece of paper in his hand, and a small red star flag appeared. Jiang Zhao's number was also on it. Dojan from Iceland was going to get a bye. I hate Jiang Xiaopi so much. He's so annoying, Wu Xiaojing said unhappily after being agitated for a long time. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xian said, yeah, I hate him the most. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xing Yin, who was beside him, patted Jiang Zhao's back and said, friend, this opponent is a little strange. Be careful. Ha! Yu Jin's smile was a little wanton and he looked disdainful. I've drawn the easiest opponent. Zhao Wenlong faintly added, it might also be the hardest to fight. His words made the surroundings quiet down. That was also the reason that Jiang Zhao's voice was particularly clear. Jiang Shao muttered, hey, why is this little brother joining the fun with me? He doesn't even have the title of God. How is he going to fight with me? One of you go and persuade him to move back a little. Bookmark for easier reading that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.